Mr. DeCray. Before I begin, I'm going to give the same statement I gave to the first witness. Please be careful with the microphone and do your best to use first and last names, and I will do the same. Ms. Mitchell, will you please state your full name for the record?
Nicole Lynn Mitchell.
What is your date of birth?
October 10th of 1974.
Making you how old?
50.
Before we talk about this case, I'd like to briefly talk about your life and your background. Where do you live?
Woodbury, Minnesota.
And for those who may not know, is that a suburb of Minneapolis-St. Paul?
Just east of St. Paul.
Who are the members of your household?
Myself, and I have 2 sons, both age 8, Sam and Liam.
Are they twins?
No, Sam is my biological son, and Liam first came to me respite foster care when he was a little over 3.5, permanently when he was 4, and then I adopted him 2 years later. They're a month apart.
I'm going to have you move the mic up a little bit and get it back a little bit just so we avoid perfect.
Okay.
It'll pick you up. Are you a single parent?
I am.
You mentioned Liam started out as a foster child. Have you fostered any other children?
Yes, predominantly respite care. So either regular kids that would come 1 week in a month, usually children with disabilities, or emergency placements. And then I had one other full-time foster placement, a baby that I had for 2 years. That left my family in 2023, but I still get to see him sometimes.
I think we're going to be talking for a while, so I'm going to encourage you one more time. I know, but if you can just stay back a little bit.
Oh, back. Okay.
Yep, it'll pick you up. Look how far back I am. It'll definitely pick you up.
Right.
What do you do for work?
Currently, I'm a state senator.
How long have you been in the Minnesota Senate?
2.5 years.
Can you tell us briefly about your prior employment?
Yes. So most of my career has been meteorologist, weather. I joined the National Guard when I was 17, and about half of that career as a hurricane hunter. And most recently, since 2019 until this past November, I had been a commander, also still weather, in the National Guard. I retired because I was eligible, but also because of this case. And then civilian meteorologist, usually for TV, radio, things like that.
Do you also have a law degree?
I do.
Can you tell me a little bit about your legal career?
Well, I wouldn't use the word career. It was just something that interested me at the time. I was doing a lot of children's advocacy and thought it would be nice to have. So I never really practiced other than a very brief volunteer stint. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Until this case, had you had any experience with the criminal law?
No. In law school, I always joke that it was, I took the touchy-feelies. So like family law, domestic violence, juvenile justice, things that I cared about. I had like one basic criminal case we had to, or class that we were required to take. So I took that maybe 20 years ago. And the Senate is the same way. We tend to kind of work in our areas that we have more experience in. So I do a lot of work for children's issues and veterans issues.
How long have you known your stepmother, Carol Mitchell?
They started dating when I was 4 and got married when I was 8. So 46 years.
Growing up, did you live with Carol and Rod Mitchell or with your mother?
There was a brief stint where my mom was in the military, and Dad technically had me, although I was mostly at my grandma's for school and stuff. But otherwise, it was always with my mom, and then Dad and Carol were more like summers and holidays, things like that.
Did Carol Mitchell ever legally adopt you?
No.
It's an issue in this case that Carol Mitchell has been diagnosed with Alzheimer's, and some witnesses have already told the jury that their relationships with Carol have been affected by her Alzheimer's. Has that been your experience as well?
Absolutely.
I know it's hard to condense a long family relationship into somewhat of a short summary, but how would you summarize your relationship with Carol Mitchell pre-Alzheimer's?
I mean, she was one of my parents, and my mom, especially when I was younger, was a single mom and working and dating, and like I eventually did, she had joined the Guard to help herself go back to school. So it was, and I always remember Carol being in my life and as a mother figure, and so it was nice to have another mother figure.
What about childhood memories that you have with Carol Mitchell and Rod Mitchell? Can you talk about some of those?
Yeah, my mom hates camping, and they like it, so I'd get to do things that I wouldn't do. It was here in DL, so trips to the beach, Sorbas, a few trips like to the Black Hills, just normal family stuff.
You mentioned that Carol was like a second mother. What was your favorite things about Carol?
She loves animals. She will tell you all day long about her cats. And I think not to that extent. I mean, she won't even kill a spider. But I think I got my respect for animals in part because of that. She's very artistic, which is not how my brain works at all. So I was always kind of impressed by some of the things that she could come up with and do. She was very much her own person. Like, she didn't really care what other people thought, which I kind of respect. Like, if it was what she believed in or she wanted, like, she was kind of, fearless in that way.
Did things change between you and your family and Carol Mitchell when your son Liam joined the family in about 2011?
Yeah. Carol was pretty meticulous and was always kind of just so. And so kids in her space was always, and Liam came from a background with trauma, and he'd already, before he came to me full time, he'd already been bounced through another foster home, and he's the sweetest kid, but he could get pretty emotional sometimes, even more than at the time a normal 4-year-old. And we didn't have the diagnosis yet, but he does have some trauma-related diagnosis, anxiety, ADHD, and autism. So when he gets excited, sometimes he'll, flap a little, or it's called stimming, where he wants to rub against things, and it unsettled her. So we'd been staying at the house a fair amount since Sam was born. In general, but in 2019, so a couple years before that, I'd gotten a job where I could work remotely. So then we'd stay more, and she'd even made Sam his own, like, really cute room in the house. And when Liam joined, she pretty much said we were still invited, but he couldn't stay at the house. And I couldn't do that. So we had to quit staying. I started staying at Nancy's when I'd come to visit instead.
And I might have misspoke in my question. What year did Liam come into your family? I said 2011.
I didn't catch it. He, full-time, he came in 2021. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay, thank you. When did you first notice signs of Alzheimer's in Carol Mitchell?
I'm pretty sure it was 2020. Because I think it was summer, and obviously by 2021 we'd quit staying at the house. So it'd been one of the visits where we were staying, and Dad was going to the grocery store. He asked all of us if we needed anything from the grocery store, and then left. And a few minutes later, Carol was just looking around really confused. And, you know, I was like, are you missing some? Do you need some? I just checked in to see, like, what it was. And she was like, oh, I was just looking for your dad. Have you seen him anywhere? And I said, yeah, he went to the grocery store. And she's like, I don't think so. And she literally didn't remember the conversation, that he'd asked us all what we wanted. It just wasn't there.
Did you talk to your dad about this incident?
Yeah. When he got home, it was just a quick trip. When he got back, I pulled him aside and mentioned it to him. And he was kind of one of those stoic guys that, you know, didn't burden you with his problems usually, and sometimes you couldn't get him to talk about things. And he just said, oh, you know, I got it, don't worry about it.
Do you know when Carol Mitchell was formally diagnosed with Alzheimer's?
It was sometime, I'm pretty sure, in 2021. Or, I'm sorry, 2020. I believe the testing started in 2021, and then I think the diagnosis came in 2022.
What kind of things did you begin to notice after you learned of Carol Mitchell's formal diagnosis?
Well, I guess I don't remember which, you know, some of it was before the formal
Sure.
diagnosis. So 2021 was a busy year because Liam joined the family in April, and then they were still coming to visit me, or us, at my house, because we all did a lot of visits back and forth. And then I'm not sure how they all talked me into it. We also had three foster dogs that year, and then I took on a foster baby in August. So I don't think I was paying as much attention as I probably should have been. But the things I noticed were Carol was usually the driver, and Dad was driving a little bit more. She had been staying at the house too when she came along when they came to visit. And by the end of the year, she was convinced one of her cats couldn't be left overnight. And so she quit coming on the visits. Those are the two. Well, just in general, a little shorter, I guess.
Was there a specific incident your dad visited you in Woodbury without Carol Mitchell?
So just in general, you know, so even when she quit visiting because of the cats, he was still coming to visit, typically about once a month. And sometimes it was never like a week or something, but sometimes it would be 3 days or, he did start, I mean, he would always check in and call and stuff and visit with her when he was at my house, but it felt like he was a little more like, I got to check in, things like that. And he got more consistent that the visits could only be like 2 days. Like he didn't want to be gone for more than 2 days. And if it started getting, you know, he just seemed more anxious to get home.
Can you recall a specific incident where he was anxious to get home?
The one I remember the most is, so in early 2023, he'd come in actually for it was my swearing in, and so he was coming in for 2 days for that. I think just before that, there'd been a woman that had gotten lost in Detroit Lakes with dementia, like a pretty serious case where they almost didn't find the person in time. We talked about it, and because it had made statewide news. And that visit in particular, the one right after we'd had all that conversation, I'd asked him if he could just like stay the next day because my babysitter wasn't available until I got home from work, and then go home. And there ended up being a bad snowstorm. And so I got home a little late, and I was like, Dad, it's too bad to drive. And he was like, no, I got it. I got to get home. And he literally, I don't think it was technically a blizzard, but it was awful. And he left at like 8 o'clock at night to drive back to Detroit Lakes.
Did he make it?
He did not. He had to turn around after 15 or 20 minutes. And then he left immediately the next morning.
What did you take from this incident?
My dad's was a pretty laid back guy. And he didn't at least like to show his family he was worrying. And so, you know, if Dad was worried and was showing it, it was usually a sign it was pretty bad.
Do you have any other relatives with Alzheimer's?
Yes, my grandfather had it pretty seriously, and my mom now also is starting to have, it hasn't been diagnosed as full Alzheimer's yet, but dementia.
Can you talk a little bit about your grandfather's Alzheimer's that you remember?
Yeah, it was pretty sad. As he deteriorated, he was getting lost a lot. He thought people were stealing electricity from his house. He kind of lost his best friend because he had a watch that he thought his friend had stolen, and even when you would show him the watch, he would immediately forget it and think this, and like if you saw his friend, that was the first thing he'd do is just be like, you stole my watch. And he forgot my grandmother by the end. And the hardest thing was that he couldn't go to the bathroom by himself even, because there were a couple times he'd gotten into his feces.
You mentioned that your biological mother is either in the early stages or does have Alzheimer's, are you doing any caregiving for her?
Fortunately, she's got my stepdad there. And my sisters and I check in. I was doing a little bit more last summer, not so much because of the Alzheimer's, but she's also having some medical problems. So she had a knee surgery, and then during rehab, she fell and broke her back. So there were a couple times my stepdad got overwhelmed, and I'd have to call him, or he'd call me, and I'd have to rush over to help him.
How about Carol Mitchell? To your knowledge, does she have any relatives with Alzheimer's?
Yes, one of her parents had Alzheimer's. Her oldest sister, Gigi, who's in her late 80s, and she has it to the point that Carol had told me in June of 2023 that her son lives with her, and she doesn't remember her son. I think she told Carol on the phone, there's just this nice young man that lives in my house. And then her brother Lee had it, I think, pretty seriously, and was in a nursing home and passed during COVID.
Carol Mitchell has a son named Jonathan Keel. What is your relationship like with him?
I didn't know him that well. It was friendly when we would see each other.
How often did you see each other, to the best of your recollection?
Well, they reunited in 2003, but I was living out of state for work, and didn't move back to state until 2016. So we would have met I would say sometime in the first half of 2017, because we all went out to dinner together, and I brought Sam with, and I remember them bringing a little baby gift for Sam.
Did you ever talk to Jonathan Keel about Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's?
Yes. After Dad passed, and I was really concerned. One of the things that she had said was, besides grief and that she was depressed.
Objection, hearsay. Overruled.
Was that being in the house with all the reminders of Dad was just really hard. And so I thought maybe getting her out of the house for a weekend would be a really good idea. And I had relatives coming down for Memorial Day on their own trip, but they said they'd be willing to bring her with. And I thought just getting out of the house and maybe going out and doing other things and a change of scenery would be really beneficial. So I'd called Jonathan to say, maybe if I could get her to come down, we could all go out to dinner. She'd really like that. If there's anything you can do to help me kind of convince her to do that, I would appreciate it.
And did you text with Mr. Keel about this?
So I think we showed it yesterday. We talked about the Alzheimer's paranoia during that conversation, and if I recall the text correctly, it was kind of a follow-up to that, saying that he had tried to talk to her and what he was doing when she was getting paranoid.
Was there an incident related to Jonathan Keel and Carol Mitchell at your dad's funeral?
Yes. We were all pretty in shock. But there was a point where we were both there, and she introduced us to each other. And of course, after we all met, I would say we all went out to dinner together, kind of at least once, lunch or dinner, at least once a year. So by that point, we'd all met together several times, and I was just concerned that, she was that out of it.
historically, do you feel that Jonathan Keel knows Carol Mitchell as well as you?
I don't think so.
Why do you say that?
It's just different. You know, she gave him up for adoption right before she turned 20, I think, and then they didn't reunite until he was in his 30s and she and Dad were in their 50s, and there was definitely love, and she was thankful for the reunion. But it's different when a kid's growing up with you and knows all the family stories and, you know, all that history of.
I think her mic went out there, Your Honor. I don't know if it got touched or not, but
Attempt to
Is it-
tap. There we go. I
Okay.
think she turned her face away from the microphone, so.
we're having trouble with that microphone. We're going to work on that. I think you were talking about the things that you learned about Carol Mitchell when you were growing up.
Oh, yes, thank you. You know, so that just like history of having a parent your whole life versus someone even that you love very much that you've met in your 30s. And so, you know, I can name every cat she's ever had. Why she got divorced from her first husband, all the kind of family history, most of her medical stuff, even before the Alzheimer's, just history.
Did Carol Mitchell ever say anything to you that led you to believe that she agreed with your assessment?
It was just little things. Again, it wasn't a difference in love. It was just kind of like I was the kid who was expected to do the stuff, and Jonathan was in a different category where he just wasn't expected to be that person. So, for example, October of 2023, I'd been in town for a business trip, and I kind of took her on with me. We went on basically a little road trip up to, I think the town's called Callaway. And on the way back, we passed the cemetery, and she said, you know, that's the cemetery, that's where it is. There's going to be fees on it after I croak. You know, you need to take care of that because it wouldn't be fair to ask Jonathan. And just kind of things like that she didn't kind of ever ask him to do, like the stuff. I don't know how to explain that.
What about Pam Muxfeld, Carol Mitchell's niece, power of attorney? She testified earlier in the trial. What's your relationship like with her?
So that was her side of the family. And when I was younger, we would occasionally spend some holidays there. Pam was a little bit older than me, so I would say 8 or 10 years. I actually knew her sister Lisa a little bit better, who was slightly younger. So Lisa had gone on some of the camping trips and stuff with us. So I just, other than a couple holidays. And then there was a big falling out in the family, and mostly with Pam's mom, Dee, and Carol. So then they quit going to holidays.
Just try to use
I'm
last
sorry.
name. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Pam Muxfeld, Dee Muxfeld, Carol Mitchell. Anyway, so then, do I have to say Rod Mitchell?
You can say your dad, I think.
So then Dad and Carol Mitchell quit going to holidays there, which meant I quit going to holidays there, and all the holidays were at the Mitchells after that. So then I hadn't ever seen them again until the funeral.
Did you talk to Pam Muxfeld sometime after your dad's funeral?
Yeah. So Carol was kind of cycling through people, I hadn't been able to be there right after the funeral because I was in a really busy time of work, and I felt really bad. And I was grateful. I communicated a lot with my aunts and Carol, and was grateful they were stepping up to help. But then she started cycling through people that she trusted. And then it seemed like she was maybe going to name Pam for some of this stuff, which was totally fine. But I just knew they hadn't been around her as much. And especially with Carol, the one thing I see that is different from some of the other family members is that I think she kind of masks it well. Like, she'll get something in her head, and even if it's 100% incorrect, she will say it with such conviction that unless you know. So it had been hard for the rest of the family to even tell, even my side of the family. And so I kind of wanted to explain that to Pam, like, that I was really concerned, and if she was taking on that role, that I thought we needed to be working with Carol to understand what her wishes were going to be. Because I wasn't sure how long she would be able to stay living on her own. She was starting to get lost. Just other things that I thought we needed to work with Carol to know her wishes while she still was having, some really good days, so that we weren't doing anything down the road that weren't actually her wishes. And I just wanted her to kind of know that.
What was Pam's response? Pam Muxfeld's response?
She said that she'd had another relative with Alzheimer's, and she knew all about it, and like basically she had it. And working with foster kids, I have to work collaboratively a lot of times with families, and I was kind of hoping that's what we could all do. I felt a little like my concerns were dismissed.
Did she say whether they had a plan if Carol would end up not being able to live on her own anymore?
Yes, she said that if she needed, so what I had wanted, and I think I maybe communicated this, is, there were a bunch of relatives in Moorhead if she ended up somewhere that would check in on her all the time. Or maybe she wanted to stay in Detroit Lakes because she still had some friends in the area. Or maybe she wanted to go to Fergus Falls. Or maybe she wanted to end up, like, if she was near me in Woodbury, we would check on her all the time, and Jonathan would be near. Like, I didn't know what she wanted, and I wanted to honor what she wanted. And so when I said, we should just figure out what she wants, she said, oh, my mom will just take care of her. I'm sorry, D. Muxfeld, or no, D. Lindholm.
What did you think about that plan?
I didn't want to be rude, so I didn't say what was in my head, but that was a horrible plan.
Why?
The two of them were like oil and water. Even when we would do holidays, we'd get home, and it would just be a vent about little slights or things like that had happened. And then the big fights had happened like 20 years ago, but there was a fight over reunification with Jonathan. There was a fight over the parents' estate, and then they'd been estranged. As I think maybe there'd been a little bit, like if someone was having a wedding or a graduation or something like that, but it was not a good relationship.
That was me. When did your father, Rod Mitchell, die?
March 19th of 2023.
In terms of your relationship with Carol Mitchell, how significant of an event was this?
It was major.
Carol Mitchell has made the claim that on the day after your father's death, you and your aunt, Nancy Lund, and Cindy Markey came over to her house and stole paperwork, such as handwritten requests of Rod Mitchell related to his inheritance. Did that happen?
No. So there's a week in the legislature called deadlines. And anything that got worked on that year that doesn't get a hearing is dead. Anything you're carrying for a constituent. I was carrying a lot of work that year. I was carrying actually all the veterans budget stuff. Plus, then you have to be on committees to see hear other people's work. That's why I was so upset that I couldn't get away that week to be there and help, because if I would have left, all that work for other people would have fallen apart. And both Dad and Carol Mitchell had been really proud of my work, and they wouldn't have wanted it to drop just because of that. So I really had to juggle my schedule just to get there Friday for the funeral, and drive up that morning, and I was still kind of on call to possibly have to Zoom and vote and drive right back. So I'm literally on videotape in committees at the Senate that day. There's no way I was there.
Not counting Rod Mitchell's funeral, when is the next time after the funeral that you saw Carol Mitchell?
A few weeks later, I drove up with my kids for Easter. I think it was April 9th that year.
Was Carol also at the Mitchell Easter holiday?
Yes.
Did you see Carol Mitchell inside her house during that visit?
I think we might have gone in for a second. So my aunt, Cindy Markey, we all were, but had been concerned about Carol driving up and had her husband Butch get her. And so when we were all leaving, I was then leaving to go back to the cities. And so for me, it was a much shorter trip than for Butch to do the round trip, and I offered to drop her off. But I think I still had all 3 kids at the time, including the baby. It was 1.5. But so I think one of the kids might have run in to use the bathroom, but we had to get back, and they had school the next day. So
in her interactions with the police, Carol Mitchell mentions many times a metal or a tin box where she kept financial or legal documents. Do you know anything about this box?
I do not. I've heard it talked about. Same thing with the notebook that came up. I have never seen any of those things. And to me, a tin box is like a Christmas tin. So I can't even quite picture it in my head.
How did Carol Mitchell act toward you regarding the topic of money?
Yeah, so we thought Dad had a will. I'd even asked him questions, and he'd given me answers like he had a will, and he did not have a will. And so I was really grateful after he passed that Carol was at least taking that step. And she'd been very clear that she planned to split it between me and Jonathan. She'd even asked for my social security number. And at that point, I kind of backed off wanting to help with anything. Plus, Nancy was helping, and Nancy's so smart with finances. But I knew if I was possibly going to be part of it, it would be a conflict of interest to be involved at all. So I didn't really do anything other than answer questions that she asked me sometimes. There was some money coming in from my aunt's estate that my aunt had passed very suddenly 2 years before of cancer. Yes. And she was diagnosed and passed so quickly, it was only 3 weeks. So she did her will the best she could, but it was kind of rushed. And so her intention had been clear that it was going to her siblings, and then they were to pass it down to the nieces and nephews. And because Dad hadn't properly marked things, and then there was a new chunk of money going into the estate, there was some discussion over that specific money, and Carol had asked me some questions, like, why am I getting money from Lori Sandry, my aunt? And I had answered them, and I always told her, it was ultimately her decision, and then I mostly tried to stay out of it.
Was that the Lori that Carol referenced in the text messages we saw yesterday?
Yeah, yes.
Let me ask you directly. Did you want to take Carol Mitchell's money after your father died?
No. In fact, I'd had a conversation with her a few months later once I was finally out of session. Then I started trying to visit every month to check in on her and make sure things were okay. And in one of those conversations, I said, Dad took care of you really well. Is there anything you haven't done that you'd like to do? Like a trip you'd like to go on? Anything else? But then at the same time, I had done the math, and I'd even called what I would consider like the best senior facility in my area at that time, found out about wait lists, found out about the costs for the different type of care. And once you go from like assisted living into memory care, that can easily be in a good facility $100,000 a year. And so I just knew we needed to like protect the money as long as possible, because her sister was in her upper 80s, and if that tracked, we could be talking, 10 or 15 years of me needing to make that money last. And I knew that if it came to it and there wasn't enough, I would be the one covering everything. So I just wanted to make sure it was protected.
I want to direct you back to your aunt, the money your Aunt Lori had given. Was it your understanding that that money was meant to go to you?
Sorry. It was Lori's wishes, yes, that it would pass along, like basically the Mitchell family line, but it was not. Her will didn't properly contemplate checks going out while someone else died and how that would pass. And so it was going into my father's estate.
Who ended up with that money?
Carol kept it.
So you let it go?
I did.
testified earlier that your father died without a will, and so there was a probate. And was there a beneficiary designated?
I don't know that the proper word is beneficiary.
Just like you, I didn't do any of those parts. I only did criminal law in law school. Tell me what was going on related to sorting out your dad's estate after he died.
So, because he died without a will, most of his estate was his retirement account from where he worked for, I think, his whole life. So that was the huge chunk of it. But there was money he had put in a CD from what was actually the first distribution from my aunt's estate that was $120,000. And then the new money that had come in from my aunt's estate, which was $50,000. And so almost all the money that actually ended up in probate was the money from my aunt. And in Minnesota, everything goes to the spouse up to a certain amount. I knew because of the amount, everything would go to Carol. If they have a child from a different family at a certain higher amount, then everything beyond that splits. So I knew everything was going to go to Carol because of that. She asked for herself to be named executor, which I had concerns with because she had no grasp of finances. Dad had done everything for 40 years, so she didn't have any foundation of finances. And then, she couldn't learn anything new because of the Alzheimer's. So I was concerned about her naming herself executor, but I knew at the end of the day it wasn't going to meet the threshold, so everything was going to go to her.
And so again, just to put a fine point on it, despite your concerns, did you contest that she would be the person who would get the money?
No, not at all.
Or that she would be the executor?
So for the executor, so because I was the only child, I think they were required to put me on all the paperwork, only child of a different marriage. And so because of that, I could have asked to be the executor. And I thought about it because being the executor is mostly making sure all the final bills get paid, things like that, and then distributing it properly. But it seemed like Carol was already getting paranoid just by the fact that my name was on the court documents. And she was starting to think that I was challenging it and trying to get the money just because on the documents that would be sent out about the estate, it had to have my name on it. So I felt like if I put in to be executor, even just to make sure it got done correctly, that she would see that as threatening or something else.
Did we see texts about that yesterday?
So there was a text about me being greedy or something like that. And I hadn't seen her, it was a text from June. And I'd seen her a couple weeks before that, but when I did the timeline in my head, it would have been about when some of the paperwork came out for the first hearing on the estate. And every time paperwork would come out for the estate with my name put on it, she would get, a little spun up.
So let's return back to 2023, after your father's death, after the Easter visit. When's the next time that you see Carol Mitchell?
The first weekend in June, I think it was a Sunday, Monday, maybe the 4th and 5th of 2023.
Tell me about that visit.
It was nice. I mean, I was worried, but so So what I started doing is trying to visit every month, and we'd stay at Nancy's, and she would come in for the day, and sometimes it was on the way there that we'd stop through, but usually it was on the way back. And then the next day on the way back, we'd stop and visit. And that's what we did. She came out to Nancy's for the day. We had a nice visit. There were a few things I was concerned about, like she dropped a lot of weight, kind of a scary amount of weight to me. And then we did the visit on the way home and had a nice talk for, I would say we were there for 1 to 2 hours. And then the kids and I went home.
After that visit, did you and Carol Mitchell text about how that visit went?
I believe so. I mean, we were texting. I had to go back through all the stuff for this case, and I had hundreds and hundreds of texts, and almost all of it before Dad was loving and cat memes and jokes and normal stuff, and same after Dad's, but then occasionally there'd be something paranoid.
I want to reorient you to these early June. That's okay. Did you take screenshots of those text messages?
I believe so.
And did you provide those screenshots of those text messages to your attorneys?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 220, 221, 222, and 223. And it's going to be up on the screen for both you and Mr. McDonald. I'll give you both a chance to read them one at a time and let Mr. Keller know when he can go to the next one.
Good here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yes.
Good, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you need a moment before I ask you these other questions? Okay. Is what you just saw a complete and accurate representation of your conversation with Carol Mitchell after your visit in June of 2023?
Yes.
Have the screenshots been altered in any way?
No.
Who are the communicators on the text message thread?
I am green, and Carol Mitchell is gray.
How do you know that the person on the other end of the text messages is Carol Mitchell?
Because I've texted her under that name for forever.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer as exhibits 220, 221, 222, and 223, and request permission to publish.
Mr. McDonald.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Exhibits 220, 221, 222, and 223 are received, and you may publish.
As you saw yesterday with your aunt, whenever you're ready, we'll read each text message one at a time. I know you just said it, but for the jury's sake, please orient the colors of who is talking, and then Mr. Keller will move along as you read them.
I am green. The first one is in the morning on the way to Carol's house, leaving Nancy's now. She responded, smiley face. After we'd left, 6:04 p.m. Hope you made it home okay. I went for a walk about 45 minutes ago, and it was so humid I almost melted away. Ha! Thank you for the visit and sharing those wonderful boys with me. Very healing. I really appreciate it all. Hearts. I know you're hurting too, and I just want to remind you how much your dad loved you and the boys, and has always been so proud of you. Me too. but I know I had nothing to do with it. But still, I am proud of you too, and brag about you. Not only your career choices, but what a, this is the rest, but what a loving, wonderful mom you are. Me, of course you are a part of the person I became, and most importantly, you made Dad happy, hearts. Thank you for the kind note. We had a nice visit too. The boys missed seeing Grandpa, but also you as much. We got home about 30 minutes ago. I got us unpacked and set up the new enclosure for our caterpillar friends. And I raise monarchs with the boys in the summers, so it's a picture of the caterpillars. And then I sent her a picture. We'd gone to Miguel's for lunch. Here is the picture from Miguel's.
You know, unpublish, Your Honor, please. I don't mean to do your job, Your Honor, but perhaps it would be a good time for a morning break right now. It's a bit of a break in our testimony.
All right. Ms. Mitchell, if you'd please step down.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we use this opportunity for our morning recess. I'll remind you not to talk about this case with anyone, including yourselves, and do not talk at all to anyone involved in it. Do not read about this case in the newspapers or listen to news about it on radio or television, social media, or on the internet. Do not talk about any of the people or any subject involved in the case with anyone. Do not share information about the case in writing, by email, by telephone, on the internet, or by any other means of communication. You must not email, blog, tweet, text, or post anything to Facebook, Twitter, X, or other social networking sites about this trial, and do not visit any chat rooms to discuss this case. Leave your notepads on your chairs upside down. We'll take a 20-minute recess. All rise for the jury, please.
2023 visit with you and your family to Carol Mitchell. What was the next time that you saw Carol Mitchell after the June visit?
I was trying to go monthly, so it would have been July, around the 4th of July.
Talk a little bit about that visit, please.
Same thing. I think that one might have also fallen on a Sunday, Monday. But basically on Sunday, we did the visit up to Nancy's, and then Carol came and joined us. More visits than not. She was getting lost on the way, so that was a concern. But otherwise, the visit was very nice. And then the next day, the boys and I went up to Detroit Lakes and did a longer visit there.
Can you tell the jury about some of the things you did when you were in Detroit Lakes?
It was a busy visit. I didn't remember everything until I was going through my texts, but so I think the first thing was we raised monarch butterflies, and one was about to come out right as we were leaving on the trip, and so we couldn't just fit. And Moorhead had just Moorhead had just done something that had killed a bunch of monarchs. We didn't want to. So I asked Carol if she had milkweed, and we actually released the monarch at her house. And then her friend Jim came over for a little bit to, I think, fix a light or something. And then her TV wasn't working, and so he started trying to fix the cables. And she'd mentioned it was the TV with a VCR thing, and the VCR or the DVD had gotten stuck. So I thought maybe if that was the last thing she used. I looked at the input, and she'd gotten it on the wrong input. So I reset her TV for her. And then she complained that she no longer had cable in the basement, which when they'd moved it from Dad's name to hers, the downstairs was kind of Dad's man cave, for lack of a better term. And so like the TV and the couch and everything down, that was kind of his space. So she told them she didn't need the cable. And then afterwards, she forgot she'd asked them not to have it. So then she was upset she didn't have cable down there. So I told her, we could get the cable back in the basement. But in the meantime, I'd given him a Roku stick a few years before. So it was back when you could share Netflix and stuff. And so I said, there's a Roku in the basement. I can show you how to pull up HGTV or something you like on it. And so we went down in the basement, and I took her through the steps, and she admitted she wasn't going to, it was two different clickers, and she admitted she wasn't going to remember it. And there was an old DVD in the basement, and she said she would like that reconnected. So I reconnected the DVD player for her so that she could do fitness videos downstairs, is what she said. So we did that. And then by the time I came back upstairs from getting that together, Jim had gone, which I was a little disappointed by because I didn't have his contact information, and I didn't want to ask him in front of her because I was afraid she'd get paranoid. We were like checking on her or conspire, I don't know. And I'd hoped to get his contact information. It was about time to go to lunch, and then we were going to go to a movie. So she could not find her purse to go to lunch. And I said, don't worry, I'll cover it all. But she was almost obsessed about finding the purse, which was usually hanging by the back door. So we were all looking around the house. I asked her if it would maybe be in her bedroom. She said she'd never put it in there. I said, well, you came from Nancy's, and then you came home last night. So, it's got to be one of the two places. It can't be lost. And then she told me she'd gone out to the bar after she'd come home from Nancy's, which was a little concerned because I felt like maybe her drinking had been increasing after the death. And then she said, I think she asked me to call them. And I said, describe the purse, and she was like, oh, I'm there a lot. They'll just know who I am. And so I called the bar, and they did not have the purse. And we kept looking. I went to look in the car for her, in the garage, and wasn't there. She finally did find it in the bedroom. Oh, sorry, the rest of the day.
No. Did you talk to Carol Mitchell about her Alzheimer's during that visit?
Oh, yes. So the rest of the visit was lunch, movie, and then we went to Dairy Queen. When we were at Dairy Queen, I had just been trying to ask her once in a while, like, have you thought about your plans for when we get a little bit further down the road? And that time she didn't want to seem to think about her plans. She kept saying, oh, my Alzheimer's is really mild. I just got diagnosed, even when it was starting to get farther back. And so I thought, well, maybe if I ask her about the cats. I said, okay, what would you like to happen to the cats when you can't take care of them? And she just said, oh, I'll be around long enough that won't be a problem. And I believe that was the extent of I think I said, well, remember, you're always welcome with us. She had a cat porch for the cat, and I said a friend of mine could even make a cat porch at our house. So if you ever need anything. By that point, I had checked some of the local places and knew that they had a long list. So, or a long waiting list. So, I just wanted to be thinking about it because getting on waiting lists and things like that.
After this visit, did you speak to anybody about the things that you saw with Carol Mitchell or experienced with Carol Mitchell?
So, in general, obviously I was communicating with my two aunts a lot, and other family members. It was hard because I was grieving and my kids were grieving, And the stuff with Carol was a lot, and there was a lot of other stuff going on that year. So I talked to my family for support, occasionally some other friends going through similar things. I had talked to lawyers by that point about, like, if some...
Let me, I apologize to interrupt, but if you would just slow down a little bit for the court reporter. And I'm going to direct you specifically to about any conversations you had with a man named Jay Brody.
Yes. It relates a little to talking to the lawyers first, if I can. Okay. So when this is new to me, and it's not, elder law is like so different than anything I knew. And so I had talked to a couple lawyers about, like, if you start getting worried, a person isn't making those decisions on their own, but you're worried about what they're doing financially and maybe needing care, but they don't want it. Like what does this look like? What can you do, not do? I wanted to be really respectful of letting her have her autonomy as long as possible, but that balance of not letting it go too far. And even what should I be looking for and all those things. And so they had brought up guardianship and conservancy, but those felt like really extreme steps. Guardianship means you basically have full control over the person and you decide where they go, and conservancy is kind of the same thing. Someone completely takes over their finances, but like they can't touch their finances at all anymore. And it's a hard process to go through legally, and I didn't think we were there. And I had a friend in the a colleague in the military who was going through kind of similar things with an adult daughter. He had a recently adult daughter with cystic fibrosis who was an adult, and so of course could make their own decisions, but would sometimes not take medication and would not take care to the point that she would end up hospitalized. And so we had a lot of conversations about, like, what is that line? How do you respect them and not let them hurt themselves? How do you navigate all of that? And so after that, I think we kind of like bonded over that issue a little bit, going through different but similar things. And so we had conversations.
Your Aunt Nancy Lund testified a little bit about this yesterday, but there seemed to be quite a bit of traumatic events that happened to the Mitchell family in 2023, in addition to your dad's death. Can you talk about those and how those affected you?
It wasn't a good year. Right before the start of the year, I had to have my foot reconstructed because of military injuries. So I was on a non-weight-bearing cast. I couldn't even put my foot down. An aunt of mine had died from basically a fall, but then no one found her. Dad died in March. In the Senate, I loved my job, but it was, even the old timers said it was the craziest session ever. And there were nights we were there until, I think the record was 6 a.m., but it was just nonstop. The foster baby I had they were starting to work toward transitioning him back to his mother. He was the 6th kid. She'd never cared for any of her kids, and one had died in her care. And they were going to give him back to her. And I was scared for him, and I had to give back this child I had raised for 2 years to someone who had never stayed off drugs. And she would let me come visit him. And every time I went to the door, he would come running and screaming and say home. All this stuff with trying to take care of Carol. My cousin, who was only 39, died of a lung issue that was a kind of an agonizing, not good thing. Nancy's ex-husband died, and it was I would call him my closest cousin, Tim, because our kids are the same age and they play together, and so we talk a lot. That found him still alive, but he died. And then one of my other aunts died at the end of the year. It was it was not a good year.
Can you talk a little bit more about how your aunt's ex-husband's death affected you? I think his name was Ron Lund.
Yeah. So, as I said, Ron, I think Nancy said, Nancy Lund, I believe, had said this, but so Ron Lund fell in his home, and I believe the kids had been trying to contact him, and then finally Tim went over to the house with his wife, and they found him alive, but I believe unconscious, and they don't know if he had been there for 1 or 2 days. And they got him to the hospital, but I think he died within a couple of days. Tim was understandably pretty shaken up finding him in that condition, and the rest of us were shaken up too. And I know for sure Nancy and I had some conversations about being concerned about Carol. She also has some osteoporosis, so she would be someone that would be at risk for a bone break. There's steep stairs in the house. There were sometimes she'd text back right away, and then sometimes she wouldn't text for a couple days. And you knew she was probably okay, but sometimes your mind would go to the worst. It was just scary.
Was this the only time you experienced a loss of a relative in the same way as Ron Lund?
No, as I mentioned, so it technically wasn't in 2023. It was right after Christmas in 2022. But my aunt, I call her my aunt. She was technically my mom's cousin, but they were closer than her sisters were. So she, a few years before that, her son had moved her closer, but then he wasn't doing the best job actually checking on her, and I know other relatives would try to, but I believe she'd had a switch in medication, and they think maybe a reaction to that had made her fall or pass out. But a neighbor had been trying to get a hold of her, and the neighbor finally, I think they know that was on a Wednesday, and the neighbor finally talked the manager, or I think the last contact with her had been Wednesday morning, and then without a contact for a couple of days, the neighbor got the manager to open the door on Friday. And same thing, she was, I think, unconscious. She lived a couple more weeks, but then there were just too many medical things and she passed.
Did the way that these two family members died affect your feelings about Carol Mitchell?
I'm probably just a worrier in general. And yeah, when you've seen bad things happen, especially like for my mom, I worry about my mom, but my stepdad's there. For Carol, she was on her own, and there were a lot of things going on, and it was really hard not to see things that were kind of the worst case scenario happen to other people and not think like that couldn't happen to this person too.
Do you remember the date that your father's ashes were interred?
March 19th of 2024.
Did you attend the interment?
I did not.
Were you invited to attend?
I was.
By whom?
Carol Mitchell.
Can you tell us a little bit more about why you didn't attend if you were invited?
So, about a week and a half before, with the anniversary of Dad's passing coming up, I knew it was going to be hard for all of us. And I wanted to make sure that Carol had support. But it was also going to be that same week at work where it was almost impossible for me to get away. I shouldn't say almost impossible. Like, if I wasn't there, things I'd been working on would not get done. That year, my biggest thing was I'd taken over a child protection task force, and we'd worked on a lot of things for hopefully to help kids. And there just wasn't any way I could be there that day. But the next week was Easter, the next week, the Friday was Good Friday, and then Easter was the Sunday. And the boys were going to be off, and so I believe I'd said something about like I can't get up that day because that year it fell on a Tuesday, but I could come up, the weekends or the next week. We would be in town. I would be the boys would be there too, and then we could all do a visit. And I don't remember if it was that conversation or a different one, but I'd also asked about the ashes, and at some point she had told me the ground was too frozen and that wasn't going to be until April.
So what happened once this conflict was identified? Conflict in schedule, right? You're not able to come up on the date that it's set. What happens?
So in the original conversation, the interment wasn't supposed to happen until April. And then, so the anniversary was on a Tuesday, and I believe it was Friday, she texts and says that it's going to happen on that Tuesday. And it would have been almost impossible for me to get off, but especially with only 2 business days of notice, there was just no way, because it wasn't just my schedule, it was like everyone's schedule that week. And so I know I said well, that wasn't a day I could be available. Is there maybe another day we could do it? And I know that Friday was in my head because the boys would be off school, I would already be in town, all the things. And I think she said that was the only day they could even do it. And that sounded weird, that would be the only day they could do it. And I thought she was confused. So I actually called the cemetery and the caretaker and said, just asking, are there other days available? I know it's Good Friday. Would that day be available if it worked? He had said that day would actually work really well. So by that time, I was putting most of my stuff in writing to Carol, texts or letters.
So,
So it was a text.
and did you take screenshots of those text messages?
I did. I did.
And did you provide those screenshots to your attorneys?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as Exhibits 243 through 271. There's a lot of those, Your Honor, so I don't want to read each of those numbers individually. 243 to 271. It'll be up on your screen, and this one, since there's so many, we'll try to have Mr. Keller help out sort of this batch production. So go ahead and let me know when we move them around. Oh, yeah, you should have to read them. Oh. We're waiting for it to go up to the... Yeah, we have requested it. It says, yep, request in progress.
No, it's just not showing on council screen.
Okay, now it should be up. I apologize. Our computer was not plugged in. Be ready to move.
I confirm.
Okay.
Confirm.
You've seen it? Okay.
I confirm. 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 I confirm.
Is that a complete and accurate representation of your conversation with Carol Mitchell on March 10th, 11th, and 15th of 2024?
Yes.
Have those screenshots ever been altered?
No.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer Exhibits 243 to 271 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Mr. McDonald.
Objection.
All right, then Exhibits 243 through 271 are received, and you may publish.
So, as you could tell, there are a lot of individual exhibits because of the way screenshots work. And so it's going to be a little clunky with the technology because we have to have two screens open to carry them all on the tabs. And so I also apologize that I had you testify a little bit about the content of this before. So please orient the jury about the colors, and then let's read these text messages, and we'll do our best to keep them in order.
So this is between myself and Carol Mitchell, and I am in green and she is in gray. And then start reading.
Yes, please.
The first is Sunday, March 10th.
And just, you don't, because there is going to be
Okay.
so many, let's not do the dates and times. We can just read them, please.
Okay. Which would have been 2024. Hello, I hope you're well and enjoying the sunshine. Last fall, when you went with me to that radio station, you pointed out the cemetery where you bought plots for you and Dad. With the anniversary of his death approaching, I was hoping I could get up in the next week or two and you could take me there. But we have legislative deadlines in 2 weeks and it's so busy, I'm even working on weekends. I was hoping maybe I could come with the boys March 29th when we're already on the way north for Easter. Visits Dad's grave, then maybe visit and lunch. We all miss you, and the boys have asked about you. Much love. Oh, I'm sorry. I would think that would work out fine on March 29th. I do not have my calendar in I think, front of me as I am having breakfast buffet at the Holiday Inn at the moment. I may have to run another couple miles at the gym today. Just came from there to eat the buffet.
And let me just stop. Please make sure you indicate that that's Carol Mitchell.
Sorry,
That's okay.
that was Carol. Me, that sounds delicious. We're going to the gym later too, but so the boys can play in the pool. Not as much workout for me, but lots of fun for them. Carol, the next day, March 11th. I called both Oak Grove Cemetery and Ness Granite Works, and they are telling me that it is most likely the ground is frozen enough that it will be April before everything is ready for the interment. Is that the right word? Well, anyway, the guy said he will call me when I can bring Rod's ashes out to him. Me. What a coincidence. I was just thinking about you as we have a testifier right now in my Human Services Committee who just drove in from DL. Carol, smiley face. Me, you told me about the cemetery, but I wasn't aware. I was aware Dad wasn't interned yet. Please keep me posted when that happens. Carol, I sure will. And I have a small amount of his ashes and a little gone fishing bobber for you. Me, oh great. Maybe we could still come by that Friday, March 29th, to visit his ashes or get the bobber and have a quick visit / lunch. Sam and Liam are getting into fishing. The bobber idea is lovely hearts. Carol, you can also take all or whatever you want of your father's fishing gear. The boys will grow into it maybe. They must have heard fishing stories from Grandpa. I believe that day is open. I will let you know soon. Me, wonderful. Friday, March 15th. Good morning. The Donauer Funeral Home called me, and Rod's interment will be next Tuesday at Oak Grove Cemetery at 1 o'clock. I notified Cindy, and she is letting everyone know. We can all meet at the afterwards at the Holiday Inn if anyone wants for lunch or to gather, but not at my house. Me. Unfortunately, I cannot make that day. Next week is bill deadlines, and anything that doesn't get hearings will not pass this year. Some of the bills I have worked on for 6+ months. Some include things like environmental protections and work for abused children. I would hate not to be there. But I'm also sure Dad wouldn't want me to abandon that important work.
And if you can, please just slow down a little bit. That's okay.
I could get away from work the following week, and especially if it was March 29th, Sam and Liam could attend too. I'm sure he'd appreciate having his grandchildren there. Carol, I didn't get to make that choice, unfortunately. The funeral home decided it. I am so sorry you are so busy. I understand that is the job, but I can't change it. The only consolation I can think of is when you go to Moorhead for Easter, you can stop at the site and have a long conversation with him. I'm sure he is watching over you and the boys anyway. Hearts. Me? That's strange. I talked to the gentleman at the cemetery, and he said Good Friday was available for the interment. Carol, if that's true, how many other people who already set their schedules would not be able to make it? I am really sorry, Nicole. Me? You just told me about this today. We were already planning on coming the 29th. I find it disappointing it would be scheduled for a day that excluded Dad's only child and grandchildren, and I know he would be hurt we were excluded too. I guess I'm not sure who all these people are, whose schedules are more important than his child and grandchildren. Carol, I am so sorry. I am sorry, Nicole. You are not the only person with busy schedules. If you are really so concerned about being there for your father, you should be able to redo your own schedule. My heart is still breaking over the loss of the love of my life, and I do not appreciate your continued disdain of me. Me. It's true I'm not the only person with a busy schedule, but I am his only child. I do not have disdain for you. We have tried very hard to keep a relationship with you, but it is a two-way street. I can't imagine anyone cutting off someone's only child from something like this. He loved us too. And we're hurting and want to honor him too. This should have been something the two most important people in his life coordinated. Not planned at a time you knew I was unavailable. He'd be very hurt you're treating us like this. Carol, I am treating you like this. And the cemetery called me and said the 19th was available, and being that it was the anniversary of the day he passed, I thought that was good. I think Rod would be disappointed you were still treating me with the same disdain you always have. You've never grown past it. Rod and I talked about it many times through the years. He always apologized for it. And again, I would like to add, I did not choose that day. Donauer called and said the ground was thawed enough and and they would be putting the urn-in on the 19th. And he said we could have a little gathering if we liked. I was not making decisions without you. He was trying to help me in my grief. I'm very sorry of your grief of losing your father, but obviously you don't give a damn about mine. I am used to your disdain of me. Carol, I called the cemetery. They said you chose the day, and any day would have been available. You planned a ceremony without including his child or grandchildren. It's not unreasonable. I would be upset you excluded us. And Dad repeatedly apologized to me for your behavior too. I was 4 when you met me. I wanted a mother figure. You always treated me like an annoyance instead. I kept trying to act like the bigger person, especially when Sam was born, to make sure he had a relationship with both grandparents. You've even ignored him. You couldn't even send him a damn birthday card. So yes, Dad would be horrified. You've excluded us again and again. Her, OMG, it's amazing to see how different we see the past. But I suppose most people do this. Have you ever sent me a birthday card? We only have Rod for connection, and now he's gone. I guess there's nothing left. I love that wonderful man more than anything in the world. I would not let go of it, but I do not have to continue to live with your personal judgment. I will hold on to the love. What I can do is let you know when the gravestone is set up. I will mail you the bobber. You can set up your own viewing if you like and invite your relatives. My relatives and friends will be with me on the 19th.
We can unpublish, Your Honor. And did these text messages occur 1 month before the incident in question in this case?
Yes.
What was the main thing upsetting you from that text exchange and during that time?
There'd been so much stuff over the past year. I didn't want to upset her because she would get agitated and I felt like I just kept shoving down my emotions to not rock the boat. When she was giving away Dad's stuff without telling us so that we could even look at it. Times we would set up a visit, and there was one time I drove all the way up and forgot about it. And she didn't show up, and we were worried. And then when we finally tracked her down, because she thought it was lost again, she'd forgotten and just had gone somewhere else for the day. And I'd done a whole trip for no reason. Just constant stuff. And I kept trying to she was struggling, and I didn't say anything but that was the one thing that it was so hard because we loved him too, and the people that were coming were going to be, I could guess who it was going to be, and it was probably a couple other retirees who could have come any day. And it seemed like she wasn't going to change it because she was more concerned about a couple of her friends than us actually being able to be there. And I feel badly that some of my hurt clearly came out, because I usually just tried, like Nancy said yesterday, when she'd say hurtful things. I mean, there was still a lot of loving stuff, but more of that sort of stuff was leaking out. And that one time I was just so hurt that I kind of stood up for myself, but probably not in the best way.
How much contact did you have with Carol Mitchell after this fight about the interment until April 22nd, the night of the incident that is at issue here?
She texted me a couple times, like a couple days later. I never contacted her again. I was feeling so emotionally beat up by that point. And there was so much other stuff going on that I just couldn't keep doing it. And I needed a break.
During that month where you were not communicating anymore with Carol Mitchell, were you doing anything related to your concerns about her?
I mean, I was hurt and I needed a break, but I was still also really worried. Because even that, like, she was so confused. She said, you know, they were picking the date and it wasn't her date and there were another, like, it was just, and I don't know that she would have done that outside of the Alzheimer's. So I was worried. Separately, there is a little bit of a lull in April with work, and until the end of the month, and then things pick back up again. So I think around Easter break, I was way behind on cleaning stuff out of the house, and I started going through some stuff, and it included a couple old laptops that I was trying to figure out how to recycle or do whatever with, and to include one that Carol had given me.
And before we talk about that laptop, did you do anything else or look anything else up online or make any phone calls related to options that you were looking into for Carol Mitchell?
I mean, I've done a lot over time. Talked to lawyers. I'd pulled up, in the fall once, I'd pulled up, there's a thing on driver's license so that you can ask to have a family member checked. And they can do things like say, you know, they can't drive past a certain distance. So like they know their town and they can drive there, but not, you know, farther away where they might get lost. I'd pulled that up and almost did it. And then she got a new car with the GPS and I was hoping that would help. I know at one point I looked up the Detroit Lakes Police Department to see if there was a social worker, because my town has a social worker, but they didn't. Again, I think that was a lot to do with concern with like getting lost, to see if there was a way to, I don't know how to say it, kind of keep an eye out. I don't know the exact timing of everything.
You've testified that you're a state senator. Why not call Becker County and sort of lean on them and, you know, say, I need help with my stepmother, and sort of, you know, say your name and try to get that done?
I don't think that works how people think it works. I mean, I've literally called on, one, I don't usually do that for stuff for myself. I just feel weird about using my position for personal things. But even when I'm doing it for constituents, the last time I called my county for something for a constituent, and I know the people in my county, I still got bounced around for an hour to try and find, saying my name and title, to find the answer I needed for something social services related. I know kind of some of the social services places tend to have, and at least my impression is more of the stuff for seniors is a little bit more like if there's food insecurity, housing insecurity, like I don't know that the services would fit. And the final reason is in today's political climate, I honestly don't think, like I wouldn't want to do it anyway, but the political climate can be pretty bad, and you don't know if you're going to get worse treatment if you say, you know, you're a politician. So I can't imagine that would help anything.
When you were reading those text messages, Carol Mitchell mentioned something about giving you a small bobber with some of your father's ashes. Did she actually follow through with that?
She did.
Your Honor, may we approach? Ms. Mitchell, before we move on to a different subject, there was a debate about in the office about what your last answer was because the microphone broke a little bit. So just to be clear, we were talking about that small bobber that Carol Mitchell had promised to give you part of Rod Mitchell's ashes. Did you receive that bobber? They don't want us to answer this question.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's talk about the week leading up to April 22nd. Were you doing anything related to Carol Mitchell this week? Or that week, I should say. At some point, I had gone through the computer to possibly donate it or see what I was going to do. It was very old and not really usable. And let me stop you there, just because I had done it before and you had mentioned a computer, but we didn't actually talk about it. And so why don't you explain the computer you're talking about and how it came into your possession? Okay.
So I'd come up on basically a business trip to the area late October of 2023 and had a seminar in the evening and then a visit the next day. And Carol met me for dinner and then breakfast, and then actually went with me on the trip, kind of a field trip the next day. And when we got back, she'd been having a lot of problems with her phone, so sometimes a text wouldn't download or whatever. I was looking at, we had like an hour-long visit after we got back to the house. So I was looking at it for her, the phone, and had said, it might work better sometimes if you connect it to the house's wireless versus always just using the signal on the phone. And she said, I don't have wireless, or I don't have internet. And I knew she did because I used to be at the house a lot, working there, and my phone was connected. I could see the internet was there. And so I explained, you do have internet. And she said, no, I got rid of it. And I asked for more details. And basically she had gotten really afraid of technology and scammers and all those things. And so she said she got rid of her email and had deleted all the emails, and that was how she got rid of her email. So she thought she got rid of her email account by just deleting all the emails. And for the internet, she said, and then I unplugged the laptops and put them away, and I don't use them anymore, so I don't have internet. And I explained, it was kind of like your landline phone, where if you unplug the line, the line is still there, and she kind of got it. And then she got upset that she still had internet and made herself a note to get rid of the internet. And we were talking about technology anymore, and she was like, and I don't use any of this stuff, I just don't want it. And I apologize.
So after she said that she no longer wanted any of her technology, what did Carol Mitchell do?
She'd also mentioned the tablets, and if the boys wanted them, they each had a tablet. And then she offered me a computer, and I kind of hated to say no when she offered something, because she would kind of give you whatever was in her head. It wasn't necessarily what you'd asked for. But I didn't want her to think I was saying no to things, so she would quit offering, because I'd never actually been able to get any personal effects for the kids or anything. So I was thinking my kids could use it for gaming and stuff, because sometimes they use my computer and would, get into stuff that would mess up my work. So I accepted it.
Did it end up being able to be used for gaming for your sons?
No, when I looked at it, it was so old. Trying to get onto anything took a minute or two, and it had stuff going back to at least 2015. It was an old computer.
Was the laptop itself password protected?
No, her name would come up, but if you clicked it, it went right in.
So when you were beginning your testimony, this is the laptop that you're talking about you getting into?
Correct.
Okay, so let's go back there. You had mentioned that it was a lull in the Senate and you were doing some spring cleaning.
So I was trying to go through things that, I maybe needed to get rid of, and wanted to take a closer look at it to make sure there wasn't anything on it that I should, save off before getting rid of it. As I went through it, at some point, I found that despite what she had said about getting rid of the email, it still did have access to the email. And then I looked through it for any documents, pictures, anything that needed to be saved. At some point, I had looked through the email because just in case there was anything important that, had gotten missed, because they did use email a lot, and had seen both some financial things that concerned me, like a lot of messages that said incorrect PIN entered for debit card, and then I'd also seen in there that there were some medical appointments.
What did you do when you saw that there were medical appointment emails?
So there were 2 reminder emails for April, one early in the month, I want to say maybe April 2nd, and another one on April 17th. And I think the first time I looked, maybe I didn't do any more with that. But I'd been pretty worried, and at some point, I didn't think there would be any chance that I would get into anything, because I couldn't imagine they'd set it up. But I did try to follow the link to see if I could find anything more about the appointment.
So you follow the link. What happens next?
It did seem that there was a My Chart set up, and I was able to get into it.
Was the My Chart through Sanford?
Correct.
And was there a password on that?
Yes.
How did you get in if there was a password?
So there was some autofill that I tried, and I don't think anything ever worked. So I believe I just did this. It was my parents. So I just did the security questions, I think, and reset it.
So once you reset it, were you able to get into Carol Mitchell's Sanford My Chart?
Yes.
What did you see?
I believe I went in there twice. I believe the first time I got in there, it looked like it maybe hadn't really been set up once you were inside, where you couldn't, I couldn't see anything. that I remember, like maybe just basic, like who the person's chart it was, but I don't remember finding anything.
What about the second time?
So there had been an appointment scheduled for April 17th.
Of?
Of 2024. And again, since I really didn't recall that I'd found anything the first time, I didn't assume that anything would be in there. But it kind of ate at me for a couple days after the appointment had gone by, and I was worried. And so the 17th would have been a Wednesday. That Saturday, which I believe was the 20th, I went in and looked again to see if I could see anything.
And the 20th, does that match with the date from those Sanford subpoena records that you saw yesterday?
Yes.
So the second time, when you go into Carol Mitchell's My Chart, do you look at the records from her, would it be April 17th visit?
I was able to find notes from that.
Tell the jury about those notes you saw.
Objection, best evidence rule.
Approach. Okay, we're ready. Mr. McDonald?
Objections withdrawn, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. DeCray?
Just to reorient you, Ms. Mitchell, can you please tell us what you saw in the April 17th medical records of Carol Mitchell's appointment in Sanford?
So the appointment had been an Alzheimer's checkup, one of the checkups she was doing every 6 months. And there was a bunch of stuff in there. One, that it was a Wednesday and she had gotten the day of the week wrong. She had it as a Tuesday. That I knew this, but that, you know, she was struggling with depression. That she said she was drinking 3 to 4 days a week. That she had gotten lost on the way to the appointment. That no one was there with her. There was a note kind of with that, I think, that said the family should probably be going to Alzheimer's support groups or something like that. I kind of took the three things, I believe they were together. You know, she got lost, no one was with her, the family should be going to support groups. I kind of took it as, and I was probably taking this a little bit personally, but like, why wasn't anyone there? Those are the significant things I remembered. It said she was taking sleeping pills at night, which I already knew. And it listed, I think, some supplements she was taking.
Would the clicking of those medical records be the things that we saw on that Sanford subpoena that Officer Glander testified to yesterday?
Yes.
Of all the things that you just described in the notes, what worried you the most?
Well, the driving had been a persistent theme. The fact that she was getting lost, even going to Nancy's house. And Nancy remembered 2 times she'd called, but there was also that I remembered one time where she said she'd gotten lost and she'd managed to get herself out of it. And another time she said that she had stopped someone and asked them for directions and then was able to kind of get back on track. And so my biggest concern was that, with that was, if she was getting lost to places that she had previously been comfortable with, including places that she'd driven to and from for 20 years, you know, how long was it going to be before she really got lost somewhere where she couldn't get herself back out of it? Or if she would stop and ask someone for directions, what if at some point she asked the wrong person and they realized she was a vulnerable adult? The driving was the thing that most concerned me.
Based on the fact that the records reflected that she was at the appointment by herself, did you believe that anybody on Carol's side of the family was helping out with her or watching over her?
No, I'll be honest, I was pretty upset. Because when Dad first died and I realized the state we were in and I already knew how worried he was, I tried to talk to Carol and I tried to talk to her family, and everyone just kept telling me that it wasn't that bad and things were fine, and I was trying to respect the wishes. And maybe I was, just worrying too much. And so I kind of sat on my hands, so to speak, which can be hard for me, because I'm pretty protective of my family. And it just made it pretty clear no one was actually looking out for her.
So you testified earlier that you had considered taking some actions to intervene in Carol Mitchell's life, but had decided not to. Did you feel differently after reading these medical records?
Yes. One specific thing was there's something you can do with the DMV in Minnesota where you can put in for them to assess the license. And there's like different levels. So one is you can't drive out of town or you can't drive at night. Or I had actually already seriously considered that in the fall before. That's hard to do to someone. And the only reason, I had already researched it and had it up on the computer once, and then she got a newer car with GPS in it. And so I thought, well, maybe, if we got the home programmed on there and some other things, that would help. I was trying not to overcorrect. And then with this, it was clear, this was still a concern, at least for driving out of town. And so I had actually pulled it up on my laptop again and was pretty ready to fill it out.
Did you decide to do anything else before you filled that out and submitted it?
I was worried in general, and I decided to check and see how things were myself.
What do you mean by that?
I was really upset that night. I think I looked at everything in the evening, and I went through all the scenarios, and nothing just seemed to fit. Because what I was most concerned about was Carol was always very meticulous. She liked the house just so, she kept it just so. And so, were things still in the same state? Was there starting to be decline? And then the other thing I was really worried about, the fact that sometimes she wouldn't text for days on end, and I believe she had mapping on her phone, and between the phone and the car she was still getting lost. And especially with the way that she had deleted things on the computer when she started getting paranoid. Was she starting to, and she was paranoid about it because of potential scams and hacking and all those things. So whenever I touched her phone, I'd be really careful to actually not tell her that you could do all the same things on a phone as a computer, because I didn't want her to get paranoid and possibly cut off the phone too. So I wanted to check to make sure she wasn't starting to do those things to shrink functionality or contacts on her phone.
Why not just call the state right away, or why not submit that report that you had up on your computer right away?
So the form gave someone 30 days to respond, and that was even after you filled it out and they contacted the person and made the decision. So I think that alone was probably a 2-month process, just guessing. And then...
Even so, if it's a 2-month process, why not wait 2 months?
Because what if you wait 2 months And then something happens in the 2 months. I've had situations before where I've waited too long for something, and then the bad thing does happen, or almost happens. And to me, it was better to be safe than sorry until I could get all the proper things in place.
You said there was times in your life where you had waited too long. Can you give us one example?
The worst example, or the one that eats at me the most, is I was pregnant once before my son Sam, and it had been a really good, easy pregnancy. And then in the 16th week, things just started feeling wrong. And I went to the doctor and explained everything and how I felt, and was told I was a first-time mother, and I was worrying about everything too much. And it was a Wednesday, and I had a military weekend coming up that I was supposed to leave for on Friday, and I was concerned to even go. And so I said maybe I should just stay. And I was told, go have fun and to quit worrying. And the next day I was just feeling really sick again, and after I got home from work, in bed most of the day. And when I got up, you hear the stories about how pregnant women pee themselves sometimes. Well, I did that, and it was really weird, and I kind of thought maybe I should have the doctor check it out again, but I had just been told basically I was crazy, right? And so I went on my trip, and I was doing hurricane work at the time, and you can fly in your second trimester, and they were going to put me on a long flight nowhere near medical on the Sunday. So I went to the hospital, and just for sake of mine, asked if they'd give me an amniocentesis really quick, or a scan really quick, because I still just thought something was wrong. And what had happened on Thursday was actually my water breaking. And I wrote it off because I had been told I was worrying too much. So I lost 2 days of medical care and was put on immediate bed rest. And I lost my daughter 3 days later. And I lost so much blood, I almost died in the process.
Do you think if you would have insisted on the doctors acting, things would have gone differently?
I'll never know. Maybe not. Maybe if on the Wednesday I'd asked for more tests or insisted that I knew something was really wrong. Maybe on the Thursday if I'd not thought I was going to look silly going to the doctor a second day in a row. I don't know.
What lesson did you learn from this experience?
That I should trust my gut a little bit more. And that sometimes the thing you're worrying about really does happen.
So let's get back to Carol Mitchell's medical records. Did you immediately, after reading them, go up to Detroit Lakes that Saturday night, the 20th of April, 2024?
No, it was late in the evening, and I have kids, and when I have a big decision, I like to sleep on it. because it just, there was no option that seemed good to both make sure nothing happened in the meantime, but not also have to wait the couple months for either the driving thing. And I also just needed to know, like, the rest of the state, whether it was just the driving or, you know, if we were looking at other things. And so I chewed on it overnight and didn't sleep much and got up the next morning, and I still just couldn't think of any other way to sate my worries.
So tell the jury the process by which you end up on your way to Detroit Lakes.
So that day, I first made sure my stepdad wouldn't mind watching, you know, the kids, getting to school the next morning. I thought about the things I would want to, like, check in the house, check in the phone for any signs of, you know, decline or not safe things. I just thought of all of those things, and
Did you make a list?
I did make a list.
What time did you end up leaving for Detroit Lakes?
I still tried to sleep on it a little bit. You know, I had everything in place, and I got up at like 1 in the morning, and yeah, decided I would say I left about 1 in the morning.
Why not go later in the day when Carol Mitchell would be up?
Because even over much smaller things, there were still good times, but there were more times if she felt kind of threatened in any way, it was becoming a bit more, I hate to say verbally abusive, but, you know, unkind things. Like the thing about how we must not have loved my dad. So I didn't want a confrontation. I didn't want to hear something awful. I just couldn't. Also, it would have spun her up and got her agitated. And if she would have had any idea someone was checking to see whether she should still be living in her home, she was very adamant she wanted to just live in her home by herself and kind of be left alone, or that someone, you know, was checking her phone, which was technology. She just wouldn't have allowed it. There probably would have been an argument at the door, and that would have been that.
So you take off from Woodbury at 1 a.m. What time do you get to Detroit Lakes?
I don't remember exactly, but with the time it takes, I believe it was 4:30 or just a little after.
How long are you hoping to be inside the home?
I had it in my head, because I've done shift work a lot of my life, that people start kind of waking up around 5, so I wanted to be done before 5 so that no one saw me.
Had you been to that home times before?
Oh, yeah. Numerous. I'm sorry.
With the same car that you drove that night?
Yes. So, so some of the neighbors, I mean, we had been staying there a lot for the 4 years until Liam joined our family. And then the last year, I'd been trying to, you know, come and visit every month through, I think, November. I had made it up to the house. So I'd been there a lot then. So people would have known me, me in the car, neighbors and stuff.
Is that why you parked a block away?
Yes.
What were you wearing?
I had a sweatshirt on, but I was wearing mostly black underneath.
Were you wearing anything on your hands?
I don't know when I would have put it on, but I had a flashlight glove I used for camping.
The glove from the receipt that we saw earlier in the trial
Oh, yes,
that you bought before your dad died?
yes.
Were you carrying anything else with you?
I had a backpack.
What was inside the backpack?
2 laptops, water, some snack containers, but they actually had been left over in the black backpack, and I'd forgotten to clear them out. Pry bar, some gloves.
Flashlight?
Oh, yes, I had an extra flashlight.
Is that flashlight right there that has the sock over the top?
Yes.
Did you put that sock over the top of that flashlight?
With my son, yes.
With the intent of the night before you
Oh.
came up here?
Oh, no, it had been like that for a while.
Explain why.
My adoptive son is very afraid of the dark.
This is Liam?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
It's okay.
Liam Mitchell. Very afraid of the dark. Even now that he's been with us for 4 years, still a lot of night terrors and nightmares and night terrors and just a lot going on, to the point that I moved a bed into my room so that he could sleep in my room with me, and he still does to this day. So I need it pitch black to sleep. And even with the comfort of being in the same room as me, he needs some light. And so that was always a struggle of ours. And at some point, both boys got a flashlight, and he wanted to use his to have at night. And it's a really, actually, even though it's small, a bright flashlight. So the compromise was that he could have it if we had something over it to not make it so bright that it would wake me up if, he was turning it on and off at some point.
Hence the sock?
Hence the sock.
Was the list that you had created the day before in your backpack also?
Yes,
Did you have latex gloves in your backpack?
I did.
Why?
I didn't think Carol was that far down the road. But the issue with my grandfather and the feces, is kind of emblazoned in my head. And I didn't know what I might find, since I hadn't done I hadn't been in the house to check since November. Especially with her having cats, was the litter box getting cleaned, and just some of those, or was there old food in the fridge, those type of things, that if I did find something disturbing, my intent would have been to stay and clean.
You said you had 2 laptops in the backpack?
Yes.
Tell the jury about the 2 laptops.
One was the one that was Carol's, or that she had given me. And the other one was my own one that I usually did work on.
So let's talk about Carol's first. Let's break
Sure.
them down. Just why did you bring Carol's laptop, although I guess technically it was your laptop at that point, with you back there?
I didn't know what else to do. I felt weird giving away the only thing that still had email on it, just in case, that was ever needed again. I didn't want to keep it. I I did want to handle things the right way. And I didn't want to have that temptation to just be looking at the records or whatever else. So I thought the best place was to just return it to the house.
Did you end up leaving the computer at Carol Mitchell's house?
No, I hadn't gotten to that
Why not?
because things went sideways.
And you got arrested?
Yes.
What about the other laptop, your work laptop? Why did you bring that?
Because I was tired and stressed out and I forget things. And I wanted to be able to, and I work better on an actual computer. And I wanted to, once I'd seen whatever was in the house, be able to document it before I drove back home and potentially forgot something.
I want to circle back to your attire quickly. Considering the mostly black clothing, the flashlight glove, the flashlight covered with a sock, are you denying that you were trying to avoid being seen?
Oh, I was trying to avoid being seen
Why?
because the neighbors knew me and my car, and the point of checking and not rallying Carol up and not having her get more paranoid would have been kind of futile if one of the neighbors would have seen me and told her, hey, we saw Nicole.
So let's start from when you get out of your car a block away from Carol Mitchell's house. What do you do? The moment you get out of your car, what do you do?
There's a little thing behind the houses.
An alley?
Yeah. I walked down the alley, walked to the back door, which was actually the main door of the house. I forgot to mention I had a key to the house.
How did you have a key to the house?
I mean, we were staying there a lot. So I think pretty early on, the first time I brought Sam to the house, he would have been 2 months old. So I think that was February of 2017. And then from there, we were there 2 or 3 times a year. And then when I could work remotely, even more. So I would say some point early on.
Do your best to just be a little slower, please. That's okay. Did you use the key to get into Carol Mitchell's house that morning or evening?
I did not. The floodlight came on, and I kind of paused at the door to make sure, like, the floodlight being, other than the bedrooms, most of the windows don't have treatments or shears, so the light goes right in the house. So I paused for a second to make sure I didn't see any lights go on. And while I was looking in the window for the back door, I could see like a chair pushed up against the door and some sort of bar, and it almost reminded me of like a booby trap. And I couldn't figure out that there would be any way I could get the door open without creating a lot of noise, even if I could get past the stuff.
So what did you do?
That raised my anxiety. The fact that the door, it made me even more stressed out and a little more desperate to look in the house. And the egress window was right there, and I decided to see if there was any way I could get in that.
Was that window open?
No, it was not.
So how did you get in?
I went in the well. I had a pry bar. One of the screen doors sticks sometimes, and even if it's unlocked, and so it was to like get the lock open, So I tried that at first. The window was super rotted, and it's not a crowbar. It's just something I have for painting. So it's not meant it started bending and the wood started flaking a little bit, and I didn't want to cause damage. A little edge was forward, and I was able to actually kind of like use my hands and like pull it. I don't know that it was locked because it came open pretty easily, or maybe.
So it opens up, and what do you do?
I entered the home.
Where are you in the home when you get inside?
There's a spare bedroom downstairs.
What do you do once you're inside the spare bedroom in the downstairs of Carol Mitchell's home?
I was stressed, so I'm not 100% on the order, but I believe my shoes were very dirty, and we don't wear shoes in the house anyway. So I think I was walking to the bathroom and set them at the edge of the couch, and I'd had a long drive, so I went and used the bathroom and set my backpack outside the bathroom, and then I started to proceed to check the basement.
Had you used the bathroom in the basement before?
Yes.
You said you proceeded to check the basement. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Just looking for anything out of sort. So I just, went through the rooms and looked around. The two big things that I wanted to make sure I saw was just to make sure like the cat box was being maintained and, nothing was really getting forgotten. There was also a meat freezer in the basement. I did look in there, and there was stuff in there, which my concern would be Dad used it usually for his fishing fish, and sometimes my uncle would give venison, and I knew none of that would have happened in the last year. So not the end of the world, but I would be willing to guess the food in there was bad.
Was the litter box okay?
Yes.
After you check the basement and notice those things, what do you do next?
I went up to the main floor.
What are you looking for on the main floor?
One of my other concerns was that Carol, when between Dad's funeral and when I saw her in June, she had gotten, to me, scary thin. And I asked her about it, and she had said she had dropped from 140 to 100 pounds. And so I wanted to check the fridge and make sure, there was food in there, that it didn't look like anything was spoiled. Again, just kind of check around for anything that looked out of sorts, or like there was evidence of her normal cleaning standards, which is a pretty high standard, and, decline.
What was your conclusion?
Mixed. I honestly don't. It's such a hard balance. Someone's freedom and when is that tipping point? And the other thing that concerned me a lot is one of my mom's manifestations of dementia right now is occasionally leaving the stove on. So maybe that's just a me worry, but Carol was actually starting to, and I leave stuff accidentally on the stove sometimes, but this looked actually stored, she had her papers, some bills and things, almost looking organized, but sitting on the stove. And then the other thing that caught my eye was that on the dining table, there was a stack of unopened mail, which again, I just had a concern, were the bills getting paid? Because if they don't get paid, you could lose the house or something else.
How did seeing all this make you feel?
In general, I was just really worried. So I guess relieved that it wasn't so bad, but also, there were some things that kind of verified a couple of concerns that I had.
So at this point, are you basically done with your welfare check?
No, typically, I know I sleep with my phone. I know most people do, but typically Dad and Carol used to leave their phones in the kitchen overnight, and I hadn't seen the phone in there. And I wanted to find that because I was concerned about what she might or might not have been removing or things like that.
So when it's not on the counter in the kitchen, like it had been previously, what did you decide to do?
Well, I'd already been through the house, and the only place I could think it would be would have been with her in her room. So I decided to go see if I could even see it or anything.
How did you get into Carol Mitchell's room?
So she has 2 cats, so the doors are left open at night. So it was already cracked. I'm not as thin as the cats, so I had to crack it open a little more, and I went and stood inside. The upper floor is actually pretty bright, and in the basement I'd actually just turned the lights on. And on that floor there's a street light just outside, so it kind of floods the light. So going from the brighter hallway into the bedroom was pitch black, and I couldn't see a thing.
So if you can't see anything, what do you do?
I could actually hear her breathing. I know this sounds creepy. I sat and listened to her breathe for a couple seconds. Kind of like when I check on my kids at night and they're breathing and I can hear them and I know they're okay. It had been a hard year, and it was kind of nice that in that moment it seemed peaceful.
How long do you think you did that?
I mean, it felt like only 10 or 15 seconds.
What made you stop?
Carol started to stir, and I was hoping she would just stir, because then I was gonna, there was no way I was gonna be able to see the phone. It was just way too dark. And I was gonna leave. She did not just stir. She got out of bed, and I was hoping, because when I get out of bed in the middle of the night, it's almost always to go right to the bathroom. And so I was hoping, because it was pitch black, she would, maybe leave, go to the bathroom, and same thing, I would just get out. Instead, she came toward the door and ended up bumping into where I was standing and grabbed for me. And I froze, and she kind of patted me a little bit and said, "What the hell are you doing here?" And it sounded like her mad voice. And I was afraid of a confrontation, and I kind of dashed into the hall, and then she chased me.
Did you go into Carol Mitchell's bedroom to harm her in any way?
Oh, no.
Did you go into Carol Mitchell's bedroom to get the gun that was in there?
I had no idea there was a gun, or if there was one.
Do you regret going into Carol Mitchell's bedroom?
I mean, if I hadn't, I would have left. We wouldn't be here today. This has impacted everyone in my life. including making Carol much more paranoid, and my kids, and so I regret what happened, and maybe that I didn't do it the right way. I don't regret being worried. I think you should try to look out for your family.
Do you blame Carol Mitchell for how she reacted? Oh, it turned
Not at all.
Why not?
Waking up to someone in your room in the night with no context, even if I later found out it was my kid, would be scary.
So now let's go back to where you dash out in the hallway. Does Carol Mitchell follow you?
Yes.
Talk about that.
So she ran after me, and I didn't want a confrontation, and I didn't want to put hands on her or anything, and the only place, and the doors were barricaded, and the only place I could get a door between us was by going back into the basement, and there's a utility door to another part of the basement right at the bottom of the stairs. And so I ran down the stairs and got the door between us and kind of waited to hear what she did.
What did she do?
Well, I didn't hear her for a minute. And so I opened the door, and I heard her say she had a knife. And I freaked out. And it was the same area my backpack happened to be in. And I was like, I can't do. And so I tried to shove my backpack out the window. And without even thinking, I mean, it was a window way up there, way too small for anything. There's no way I would have got, I mean, it was just, so as I was trying to get it out the window, I then calmed down enough, to realize that was ridiculous, and see if there was anything else I could figure out. And I think at some point I opened the door again to see what she was doing, and I realized that she was calling police.
What happened after that?
So I with the way she yelled, and the hallway was bright and chasing me, I thought she knew it was me, and she was just upset that I'd come into the house. And so I actually was like, okay, good, call the police, we'll calm this down. And so I basically just waited.
Where?
I think I was maybe kind of pacing in the utility room, and I was still pretty, and I at some point I went and just sat in the bathroom.
Did you eventually come out of the bathroom?
I did when the officers came.
And that's when they arrested you?
Correct.
Before we talk about that, I'd like to go back for a moment and talk about your conduct inside the house during the welfare check. And I'm going to ask you directly. Did you take anything from Carol Mitchell's house that night?
No.
Did you take anything of your father's that night?
No.
Did you take anything of Carol Mitchell's that night?
No.
Did you go into Carol Mitchell's house looking for any of your dad's possessions or mementos?
No.
Did you go into the house looking for anything of your father's or of Carol Mitchell's specifically?
No.
And if you wanted to take anything of your father's or Carol Mitchell's, could you have?
I wouldn't take something,
But if you wanted to,
yes,
explain why that is.
because Dad's like area was in the basement. Carol uses sleeping pills and usually earplugs. She would have never woken up. I think it was because I cracked the door more and there was more light in the room, but she would have never woken up. I wouldn't do that, but if I'd wanted to, she'd have never. Yeah.
Why wouldn't you do that?
I don't take things. I'd been asking for different things for a year, but as upset as I was that she gave away a lot of his, like, I'd wanted clothes for the boys. Like, there was a shirt that matched a shirt that Sam had. I'd gotten him matching shirts one year. So, like, that shirt would have been amazing for Sam because they'd outgrown all the gifts he'd given them. And so they literally didn't have any personal items. But at the end of the day, I was visiting every month. If there was something that I just needed that badly, I could have gotten it. And stuff is never more important than the person. And I was just worried. I was always more worried about Carol and making sure she was okay than anything about stuff.
Are you saying your conscience wouldn't allow it?
Correct.
Your conscience allowed you to trespass into her house, didn't it?
I did. To me, I understand that I did the wrong thing. To me, it felt different because it was my parents' house and I had a key and I'd been in and out of there for years. And like, if you're walking down the stairs, it was on the video, there's one of my signs.
Your campaign signs?
It was actually from this football game I was in. Long story. But yes, my kids' toys are still in the basement. Like, it felt different.
But you're not saying you had permission?
I did not have permission.
Okay. Do you think if you wouldn't have gone into Carol Mitchell's bedroom, you could have left undetected?
Yes.
And I think you touched on this, but I want to ask it specifically. Why didn't you just do that?
I was pretty upset about the driving thing. I mean, that was, to me, really the fear of her getting lost and something bad happening before I could, put the other steps in place. So at the very least, I had a couple things I wanted to look at on the phone, but at the very least, I wanted to make sure, because she would just turn things off. And part of the reason there was a problem with the phone is because if an update came, like, she just assumed everything was bad or wrong. So she wasn't even doing, like, updates on the phone because she would just, so I had a concern that because the mapping wasn't working correctly, maybe she had turned the GPS off the phone. And so that if she got lost, it would be much harder to find her, because that's usually how officers or whatever else track someone that's lost.
Looking back at how everything played out, do you wish you would have just left and not gone into her room?
To me, it's kind of a Monday morning quarterback thing. I could have never seen this. And so if I wouldn't have gone in the room, I would have been worried. I would have continued to be worried sick. But of course, as I said, this impacted everyone I care about and everything in my life. And so if I had the crystal ball, no. But then I would have been worried sick.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may. Mr. DeCray.
Sorry, Your Honor. Ms. Mitchell, earlier during the trial, did you hear testimony from an officer named Officer Wothy about finding a paper checklist in your backpack the
Yeah.
night of the incident?
Yes.
What was that piece of paper?
That was mostly my to-do list of what to check in the house and a couple of reminders. Or the cell phone and phone and...
We'll discuss it in a minute. Did you see that checklist on the body cam footage that was published by the state in this case?
I did.
Did you recognize that piece of paper?
Yes.
And is that the checklist that you were just talking about?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the checklist you referenced?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm not exactly sure how we want to do this. It's been offered into evidence by the state already as a video. We'd like to put a still shot and make it into an exhibit so that the jury can take that as an individual exhibit back with them so they don't have to scroll all the way to the part of the body camera footage.
Has it been submitted to Mindy's in that form?
We didn't submit it to Mindy's in that form because we presumed since the video was there that we would be able to.
Your Honor, it is at 1434 exactly on exhibit number 21, if that helps.
And we can also just publish it, Your Honor, and it can sit there if we'd like.
Why don't we go ahead and exhibit, what was it again?
It's exhibit 21 of the state's, and it's at 1434. Mr. Keller has it. Can you zoom in a little bit? Ms. Mitchell, can you see that piece of paper?
I can.
So let's go through what this paper is and what it means. Why don't you start at the top and tell the jury what the words are and what they mean to you?
So the first thing says cell. So then it's going to be a couple things to check on the cell phone.
Ms. Mitchell, let me just interrupt. Do we have the no can? Is there? Have you? Now? Okay. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate the assistance.
Okay. Go ahead.
So for the cell phone, check the do not disturb or make sure she doesn't have it. So
Just to make sure, let's act as if nobody's ever seen this piece of paper
Okay.
before. When you say cell phone, please explain who you mean.
Okay.
Let's do that.
I wanted to check the cell phone of Carol Mitchell. The first item is to check that, do not disturb or anything that she might have accidentally turned on that would have kept her from getting communications. The second one was, it says delete texts to make sure that she wasn't starting to, delete anything off that looked kind of like with the emails, right? She thought she was getting rid of email by deleting things, just kind of that same thing. Same thing with the contacts. Make sure that it looked like there were still contacts in the phone. Some of the, important people were still in the phone. Just in case, just in general, to make sure she wasn't doing those things, but also especially if there was any sort of an emergency to make sure that she had the contacts she needed. and they were still on the phone. And then I made a line because it was new thought, landline. Same thing. Make sure there had been times I would call both the cell and the landline and I wouldn't get any answers and I would never, get a call back or anything. So just make sure the ringer wasn't off or turned down. The next one is flashlight. I think just mid-thought I remembered I needed a flashlight.
I'm going to stop you here. Before you go to the next words, explain
The arrow?
the arrow and the line and how that ties together, please.
Okay, so I'd originally made the line to separate like the cell phone, like that was the end of what I thought of. But then I thought of something additional. And so I wrote add tracking and then put the arrow down to show that that new thought actually belonged. They were together.
So what did you mean by add tracking in relation to Carol Mitchell's cell phone?
So, like I thought I'd said earlier, but I don't remember if I did. She had a tendency to be turning things off, even if she was just paranoid. And I wanted to make sure that she hadn't and she was getting lost even with what I assumed on her phone was Google Maps. So I just wanted to make sure somehow she hadn't turned on that like specific location device, that anything GPS was turned on, that I added back in anything related to if she got lost so that someone would be able to track it. Because if it's just using the signal, it's a lot less precise than, if the police or someone are able to use GPS to track a lost adult.
I might have misheard you, and I want to give you a chance to clarify. So you were going to turn that off, or you were going to turn that back on?
I thought there was a chance she had either like turned that stuff off or whatever, and I wanted to make sure I added back on any capabilities related to,
If the button was turned off, you were going to push the button back on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. The next thing is Gmail. So like when I looked at the medical records, I also looked to see if anyone else had been checked into for a while or monitoring it. I hadn't seen that. Gmail was just to look and see if maybe anyone was actually monitoring her phone, because I do that with my other parents, especially with my mom. We started trying Google. Well, we do it through Gmail, but it's like sharing.
Okay, how do you do that? Explain that.
For us, I know Carol doesn't have Gmail, but we all have Gmails, and so within mapping, we can like authorize each other to share. So, like we don't actually have my mom driving that much anymore, but yeah, that's how we do it. So I just wanted to see if maybe there was anything like that someone was using.
I want you to slow down a little bit.
Sorry.
It's okay. So what were you hoping to see when you wrote the word Gmail? Do your best to slow down and try to explain that a little more clearly, if you can.
Okay. To me, again, most of the note is my shorthand for myself. To me, that was a reminder to see. It was kind of, I don't know, Hail Mary is the right word, but hoping that maybe some of the people who had said that they were going to step up and take that responsibility had maybe at least, done some sort of sharing with the phone, so that they could see where she was.
Would that allow you to see where she was?
No, but it would have kind of like looking to see if anyone had been checking the medical records. It would have made me feel a little bit better.
Why?
That someone, would be able to to see where she was.
What about the next line?
Text to computer.
What does that mean?
I just wanted to quick look through texts, and then my texts are married with my computer, so anything I can immediately like pull it up off my phone on my computer.
Yeah, let's slow down again. When you say you wanted to look through the text, whose texts?
So the specific thing I wanted to look for was she'd cut off a lot of the other ways, but there are still a lot of scams for seniors that are through texts to, ask for money or whatever. It says it's your bank or who knows what. So I just wanted to make sure there was no evidence of something like that, especially since there'd been a time a month or two after my dad's death where she had just randomly texted me part of a bank account number and with no context, and that freaked me out because I'm like, okay, I don't need the bank account number. Who's she texting a bank account number to? So
Did you take a screenshot of that?
The bank account thing? Yes, I did.
And did you provide that screenshot with your attorneys?
Yes.
Your Honor, would you unpublish this for a moment? And now I'd like to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 338. 338. Let me know when you can see that on your screen.
It did flash on my screen for a second, and I did confirm it.
If the witness has already confirmed, then no need for Mr. Keller but to show it to Mr. McDonald. All right.
Is it a complete and accurate representation of the screenshot that you took?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer Exhibit 338 into evidence and request permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 338 is received, and you may publish.
So please orient which color is which and read through the text message. Don't worry about the dates and times.
Okay. This was a Carol Mitchell is in gray, and I am in green. And do you want me to read the stuff above that's not part of it?
No, just start at the word paper.
Okay. Paper I have says account ending 6560. And I am heading outside to rake under the long hedge just in case you try to call. Me. I don't know anything about the account, so maybe that was for someone else, question mark.
You can unpublish, Your Honor. Is that the unsolicited text message from Carol Mitchell that you mentioned gave you concern about her other text messages?
Yes, because it made me wonder who she would, because it wasn't for me, it made me wonder who she would randomly be texting anything bank related to.
Was that the last thing you had written on your checklist?
Yes.
Text to computer?
Yes, it was.
Do you know where that checklist is now?
I do not.
Did the police give it back to you at any point in this case?
Not that I recall.
Did they keep it as evidence?
I have no knowledge of what happened to it.
But you're sure you had it with you the night of the incident?
Yes, and I saw it on the that body cam.
And you created it before you drove up to Woodbury? Sorry, up from Woodbury?
Yes.
And the police saw this paper the night of the incident, is that correct?
From what I saw on the body cam, yes.
The last thing I'd like to discuss with you, Ms. Mitchell, is what you said to the police after they found you inside Carol Mitchell's home. You testified earlier that you weren't there to take any of your father's things. Is that correct?
Yes.
So why did you tell the police 4 times that that's why you were there?
I'm very sorry I said that, and it was not true.
Why are you sorry?
Because it wasn't true, and it did cause additional confusion, and I mean, I think that's enough.
So why say it?
So, you know, this is something I've had to anguish over for the last year. I created this entire situation. So the only person I have to blame for this is myself. And I'm not saying this for sympathy, but I was very stressed out. And then at a certain point, you know, I'd never had a gun pointed at me before or anything. I didn't understand what Carol had said to the police, and I didn't have the context they had, and you know, I thought we were just going to calm everything down, and it went a different direction. When Carol initially chased me, and I was going to go back out when I didn't hear anything and hopefully calm it down, you know, I had to think for a second about, like, what am I going to say? Because in my mind, I couldn't say any of the truth because she would have freaked out and it would have made it worse. If I would have told her I saw my medical saw the medical records, I'd known about her medical stuff in the past, but she would have completely been upset, possibly that I even saw them, but that they were on the internet. If she would have known that your phone could be used for even the police to track you, much like the computer, or that there was a way scammers could get into it, she might have gotten rid of the phone, and it was the last thing she was using to communicate. If I would have told her I was trying to do a welfare check, she would have thought I was trying to be really judicious and not jump the gun, but she would have assumed I was trying to stick her in a nursing home, which was a real fear she had. So in that moment, and having just seen all the stuff of Dad's in the basement, including a couple of things that she'd promised me but never gotten to me, what came to my mind was just to say I was coming to get a couple of things of Dad's. And I never said it in that moment because then she had a knife and other things.
Why did that make sense to say that to to you?
Because a lot of my life, I've had to very much kind of manage the emotions of a couple of my parents to make sure, just kind of for my own safety even. And especially in the past year with Carol, it was definitely a balance of trying to be there and supportive of loving and make sure I wasn't doing anything to escalate it or make her more paranoid or just make things worse. Both for my own well-being, so she wouldn't say something potentially cruel, but also because getting her riled up was worse for her. That's just sometimes what you do with people in those conditions. And so for me in that moment, whether it was the right decision or wrong, that was the only thing I could think of to say that wasn't one of the actually true things that would completely set her off. So that was already in my head as how I was going to kind of calm things down. I knew she'd be mad, but, oh, sorry. So that was already in my head. And so then when the police came and she came, that was still the thought in my head. I didn't want to escalate the situation. I didn't want to embarrass her with the things that I was worried about, and even though they were officers in front of police. To me, again, I'm not saying I was pretty stressed, and I don't know if it was rational, but I was trying to keep everything calm. And that was just what I was just almost fixated on Carol and her emotions and how I could keep her calm and not make the situation worse.
Why were you so worried about keeping her calm? I know you've testified it was that you didn't want to embarrass her, but was there another reason why you were so concerned about that?
Well, by the time the police had intervened, it also dawned on me at some point that I always thought it was a family situation that we were going to get calmed down. But even for the military, for example, any interaction with police, especially even just an arrest, you have to report. Even if it's completely dismissed, an hour later, you have to report it. And so I was thinking of things like, how is that going to look? Is this going to leak to the press? And then it's my Senate thing. And just, so there was a little self-preservation in there too, of wanting to just try and keep it calm.
Why would admitting to wanting to be there for a shirt keep Carol Mitchell more calm than just telling the true reason why you were there?
For the same reason. So again, I realized, especially with not being able to use the key in the door, I'd come in through a window. I had trespassed. And I just had it fixated in my head. If it wasn't one of the other reasons, which would have made her really mad, that we would just calm everything down. And in terms of trespassing, I didn't believe she would press charges against her child if she thought
Objection, Your Honor, can we approach?
You may.
She had the final say on who pressed charges in a criminal case.
The little bit of experience I have in court, and not as a lawyer, just as a person, has been family court. And everything's dealt, and family stuff is always a very low level. And I don't know anything about criminal. You know, my impression was always family stuff was treated with a delicate touch, and that the victim could say, like, this is crazy, like don't do this. I also had a personal experience where I had been assaulted, and police kind of pressured me to drop the charges. Or I maybe that's not the right way to say it, but they didn't want to pursue the charges, and they pressured me into agreeing to that. I don't.
So let's slow down and explain that. What happened to you, first of all, that somebody got charged with a crime based
Objection,
on that?
relevance.
Approach, gentlemen.
You just testified as to your opinion that victims have an opportunity to weigh in on whether or not someone should be charged with a crime, correct?
Yes.
And is that what you were hoping would happen here too?
Yes.
Did you have a belief that if you could keep Carol Mitchell's emotions in check, this could be dealt as a family and not criminal matter?
Yes.
Is that also why at the jail, on the video that we saw yesterday, when you're sitting Indian cross-legged, I apologize, you say something to the effect, can Carol just drop the charges? Is that a thing?
Yes.
Did you think you had a better chance of that, of your opinion happening, if you said what you said versus saying the real reason you were there?
Yes. If Carol would have known any of the things, she was already very upset, but it just would have made everything blow up even more. And I was just trying to calm it down. And
Weren't you also trying to save your own skin?
Yes. As I said, I entered the house, and I thought if she just thought I wanted a dad's shirt, it would be like, hey, you never gave it to me. I finally came to get it. I'm so sorry. Like, that I'd call one of my aunts, and they'd maybe talk to her, and, you know, in hindsight, I don't know that I was thinking completely rationally after everything that had happened that morning. So maybe it wasn't the most rational thought, but that was what I had fixated in my head. If I could just not say my plan and get her upset even more, because she was so terrified. Like, one of her biggest fears was someone was just going to try and stick her in a nursing home, which we would have never done, but it was a fear of hers. And she didn't want to lose her autonomy. And if she would have thought I was even considering anything like that, she probably would have said, lock her up and throw away the key. I couldn't see any way it wouldn't have made it horrifically worse.
But why did it matter so much to you about Carol Mitchell's well-being? A lot of this direct testimony are how you say times that she wasn't nice, and the interment issue. Why did that continue to matter to you even in this moment?
But there were times she was still nice. And she was my mom. And I help other people that I don't even know all the time. Like, that's part of what I do. And you're not going to help your own parents? And I knew a lot of it was the Alzheimer's, even when it was me. And I didn't want to lose anybody else. And my dad loved her so much. Like, how could I not take care of her? That's what we would have wanted. And I didn't. I messed it up.
I'm going to ask you a question. This is going to be my final question, which is something that every lawyer learns right when they become a lawyer. You've just admitted to lying on video. And so the obvious question is, if you lied to the police 4 times on the night of this incident, how is the jury supposed to believe that you're not lying now?
That's hard, because I know what I said. I was struggling that morning. I could see it even in things when they said, ask me my birth date, and I had to think about it for a minute. Sometimes, to protect family members, you have to lie. I had to lie to Carol a lot that year about things. I had to lie to my kids last month when there was actually something really scary happening at our home and I couldn't tell them what it is. So I know it might be hard to believe, because when it comes to family and protecting them, sometimes I have to make a choice I wouldn't otherwise. But I am a person that acts with integrity. I am a person whose word means something. And I'm not someone that would steal.
have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. McDonald.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mitchell. Save your own skin. That's what you testified to?
If I used those words,
Well, Mr. DeCray asked you and you agreed, is that correct?
yes,
Okay. So how do we know you're not saving your own skin right now?
I think I just explained that.
Ms. Mitchell, you were with Officer Sternhagen for roughly 37 and a half minutes. Would you dispute that? Adding in the drive time that was edited out of the video.
If that was the officer whose car I was in, I don't remember all the names, but I would not dispute that.
37 and a half minutes from the time you were ordered to the ground till the time you walked into that cell. You understand that?
Yes,
0 times in 37 and a half minutes did you mention you were there out of concern for Carol Mitchell. Zero times. Do you agree with that?
I would
It's a
disagree.
yes or no question.
No,
You don't agree with that?
I do not.
Okay. 0 times you mentioned anything about medical information, finding out medical information.
I agree with that.
Okay. Let's back up a little bit. So, Ms. Mitchell, you agree here that you did not have consent to enter Carol Mitchell's house that morning.
I absolutely agree.
And that morning, I mean April 22nd, 2024.
I agree.
And here in Becker County, 709 Granger Road.
I agree.
And you agree that Carol Mitchell was indeed inside the residence when you broke in,
I agree.
that she was present.
I agree.
I'm going to bounce around a little bit here. So you did not object or contest the estate, correct?
I did not.
Your father's estate?
I did not.
And the entire estate was awarded to Carol Mitchell.
It was.
And you heard the testimony yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Your Aunt Nancy,
Yes.
she testified that you, in her opinion, you were honest and trustworthy.
Yes, I heard that.
Okay. And you just told us that you act with integrity and you believe you are an honest person.
I qualified some exceptions, but generally, yes.
But you also obviously admitted to lying, claiming to be lying to officers repeatedly.
Yes.
Ms. Mitchell, I want to circle back to the internment argument. Or could I publish defense exhibit? I don't remember the number.
243 and 248, I believe, Brian.
243 and 248?
So,
So, Ms. Mitchell, sorry, I just lost the exhibit. All right, I'm just going to ask you, you read those text messages?
I had.
Okay. I'm done with the publishing, Your Honor. If I could take down the... You understand that the Carol Mitchell's initial text that started all this said that they are going to call me. She thought it would be April, but they are going to call me.
I can't see it, but that sounds correct.
Is it? And then when she informed you later on in the other exhibit, which...
We're more than happy to help you get the exhibit up, Your Honor.
We'll just fast forward. Is this 240?
We're looking through the electronic system right now. It's both gray. It's double, girl. The little small windows you're under, they're hard to see. 1 second, please. 253.
253 of publishing, Ms. Mitchell.
Clerk catch up here.
Ms. Carol Mitchell tells you that, quote, David Donnerhauer funeral called me, correct?
Yes.
And so I guess my question is do you believe with all the situations you've given us and presented us with the history, do you believe that it's possible that Carol Mitchell thought this had to be the day based on the tenor of the conversations from the funeral home?
Yes, that's why I called them to confirm and then told her that it could actually be other days.
And I'm not discrediting the pain that you felt, Ms. Mitchell, I assure you. I'm merely asking is, do you agree this was the disease that caused this miscommunication?
Yes.
So, Ms. Mitchell, you walked us through somewhere around the nature of 4 years of history and examples and progression of Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Roughly. And then we had the argument over your father's ashes, the internment.
Yes.
And you said that you were upset and, quote, needed a break.
Yes.
Okay. And you agree you did not call, see, or text Carol Mitchell until you were in her house on April 22nd?
Yes.
Let's talk about the medical information. So, first of all, who gave you permission to access Carol Mitchell's medical information?
I did not have permission.
And you, on April 20th, you read something that was very concerning to you.
I did.
And it was so concerning that you didn't tell your aunts? Yes or no?
I did not.
Okay. You didn't tell Jonathan Kuhl?
No.
Didn't tell Pat Muxfield?
No.
Didn't even try to reach out to Carol?
No.
And so you specifically arranged for your stepfather to watch your children?
Yes.
Okay, and so when you were arrested, that created a little bit of a problem in terms of getting back on time?
Yes.
And so your biggest rationale for what you characterize as deceiving, lying to law enforcement is that you didn't want Carol to get upset with your statements.
That I thought if we calmed it down, she would drop the charges.
Sure. But the problem with that story is that you were with the officers much longer outside of her presence than with her presence, right? And you continued the story. You repeatedly said you were there to take your dad's things, even when Carol wasn't present. Correct?
Correct.
So when you said, I have never done anything like this, was that fact or fiction to the officer?
Fact.
Okay. When you said, you're going to find out I'm a military commander, for God's sakes, was that fact or fiction?
Fact.
Okay. What was the purpose in telling him that?
I think that's when it was dawning on me that, just any interaction with police, I would have to tell, and also, I think it was just like, I'm not this crazy person.
And you said that, and that was a fact.
That was a fact.
That was the truth.
Correct.
And intertwined with that same sentence, you said there's just a couple of my dad's things I came to get. So you were able to, on the spot, think to craft a lie mixed in with something truthful.
Correct.
Well, you're an honest person, correct?
Typically.
When you said, I'm hoping this mistake won't completely fuck up my life, were you being truthful or deceitful?
Truthful.
How about when you said, I know I did something bad?
Truthful.
Truthful? Brutally honest?
I had scared Carol out of her mind. That was horrible.
So checking on a loved one is something bad?
The part that was bad was the fact that I was doing everything in my power to not upset her and escalate it, and I ended up doing the exact opposite.
And I just wanted to get a couple of my dad's mementos, and that's all, in the back of the squad. And that was a lie. That's what you're telling us here today.
Yes.
Such a lie that you were able to come up with the next sentence and say a couple pictures and maybe one of his flannel shirts. You were able to spin that on the spot and come up with the items.
Those were actual items I had wanted.
You did want them.
They were items I had wanted at points, because I also said the ashes. And I believe I had taken that particular question as what things had you wanted, because I included the things I'd asked for to include some things that didn't exist anymore.
And then later on, when Officer Wolfe questions you in the back of the squad, asks you about the laptop, you went out of your way to say, I just wanted to get a couple things before anything else gets destroyed. And you were able to spin that on the spot?
I don't recall saying that. But
If it's on the
it did,
body
yes.
camera, would you agree you said it?
If it was on the body cam, I would agree.
Ms. Mitchell, I'll have you back up a little bit further away from the mic. Thank you.
So when you were asked what got you to this situation, you said the ashes. Was that truth or fiction?
So when I watch it,
Just pick one, please. Truth or fiction?
I was talking about to the point of the check, and that was truth.
Okay. Now, you elaborately, eloquently described all the things you did in the house after you broke in with the crowbar. Is that fair to say?
Correct?
Okay. Yet, when you were questioned in the back of the squad, you said, I had literally just gotten into the house, hadn't had time to do anything. Clearly, I'm not good at this. You recall that?
I do recall that.
Okay. So, again, just a brilliant lie you were able to craft under the pressure of being arrested?
The other officer had just, I believe, asked me, I had to kind of watch the body cams to figure out why I might have said that, had just asked me, did you drive down? Did you stay at a hotel? And I was very confused. And then the other officer, I believe, then asked something about the timing, and I believed he was still kind of asking, like, if I'd driven or stayed in town, and so I was kind of conflating those two questions. But
I had literally just gotten into the house. There's not much room for interpretation there, wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
And then finally, before you're put in the holding cell, Officer Sternhagen asks you if there's anything else you want to add. And then he says, what made you so you got to do this or whatever. He said, something that's weighed on me, especially this past month, a lot of sleepless nights, couldn't sleep, and thought about it. Truth?
True.
And it was necessary to dress clad in all black to check on Carol Mitchell.
I was dressed in all black.
Were those military-issued pants you had on?
It was a long underwear set that I bought at Target.
And the stocking cap was necessary for a welfare check?
I was trying not to be seen, and it was still April and cold outside.
If I told you it was 49 degrees that morning, would you disagree with me? At 4 a.m.?
That sounds about right.
Okay. Is that stocking cap weather?
For an extended period of time, and I had driven down there, probably keeping the window open to stay awake a little bit, yes.
Well, you're meteorology, not me. Is that stocking cap weather?
For me, for an extended period of time, yes.
And your concern was not being seen by the neighbors, so you parked a block away.
Yes.
Tell us your stepmother's neighbors' names.
I can remember a little bit about them, but not the names.
Okay. You don't dispute that you entered through the egress window?
I do not.
You don't dispute that you used a crowbar to gain entry? Or pry bar, excuse me.
Yes.
That pry bar right up there, that's yours?
Yes.
That's the one you packed
Yes.
before driving 220 miles?
Yes.
Okay. I want to circle back. So you're very close to your aunts, Cindy and Nancy, is that correct?
Yes.
You trust their judgment?
Typically, yes.
Okay. And obviously all this has been done out of concern for Carol Mitchell.
Yes.
Okay. And yet yesterday, your aunt Nancy told us, admitted on cross-examination, that your relationship with Carol was not stellar. Carol Mitchell. You understand that?
I hadn't heard a question.
Your Aunt Cindy gave a statement to the defense investigator as well. Are you aware of that? Cindy Markey, I believe her name is?
That is my aunt, yes.
Okay. Would it shock you if she told the defense investigator that your relationship has never been good from day one? Would that shock you?
I met her when I was 4. I'm not sure how that would be entirely accurate, but yes, we have had rocky times.
Let's talk about when you were in the house. Your testimony is that Carol Mitchell bumped into you when you were standing?
Yes,
Okay, so you're denying that you were laying next to her bed.
I am.
Okay, again, is this truth or fiction?
Truth.
And your testimony is that Carol Mitchell followed you downstairs with her knife?
No, I heard her when I opened the door. I heard her. Would have been near the bottom of the stairs, and she would have been near the top of the stairs in the kitchen, and I heard her say she had a knife. So she grabbed it at some point in time.
And you heard the 911 call, correct?
I did.
And so your characterization is that you gave yourself up as soon as the officers were there?
I do not believe I said that.
Well, tell us in your mind what happened when the officers arrived.
I heard them at some point. Again, I didn't understand that she didn't understand it was me, or so I was shocked when I heard the yelling and the screaming, and honestly, I was afraid. I didn't come out because being in the military, I mean, most people are wonderful. I was a little afraid to move or do anything. I kind of froze, to put it simply, because occasionally you have people, at least people I've worked, rare, but that are almost looking to shoot someone.
You didn't want to get shot?
And so I stayed in place until they came to that area. I opened the door and I stood there.
And you brought the flashlight with you, of course?
Yes,
Okay, and your testimony is that was already modified for your son and that wasn't for this trip?
correct. I believe his name might have even been on the flashlight.
And it was also necessary, of course, to throw in a pair of flashlight gloves for a welfare check?
The flashlight gloves is what I primarily used. They're not as bright, so the other flashlight is actually very bright, and it was kind of a backup. I just hadn't taken my kid's sock off it.
And in your testimony, it was necessary to remove your shoes to check on Carol, to check on the residents?
They'd gotten dirty in the well, and we always take our shoes off. I didn't want to track anything through the house.
Now, you testified on direct that you did not have anything in your possession, correct? Any of Carol or your father's?
Nothing that was not mine.
Okay, and isn't that true because you were caught right away?
I had checked the whole house at that point, so I wouldn't agree with that.
Okay, you had checked the whole house, but you told Officer Wolfe that you had literally just gotten in there.
I would guess I'd been there about 10 minutes.
But you went out of your way to tell him you hadn't had time to do anything.
My main objective was the phone, and I had not gotten to that.
Your other objectives were checking cat litter and deep freezes?
If that's how you'd like to phrase that.
That wasn't me phrasing it, that was your testimony.
My objective was a welfare check.
And yet, in 37 and a half minutes with Officer Sternhagen, you never mentioned that once.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Ms. Mitchell will have you back up again. Thank you.
Ms. Mitchell, when you started your testimony, you said that you retired from the military because of this, correct?
I believe I said I was also eligible, but correct.
Why?
Why? Because of this?
Correct.
Because I was in a position with a boss in general who wasn't always the most supportive person, and this was also high profile. I was told it was a distraction. He was also going for a promotion at the time and didn't kind of want the taint of any of this associated with him. So he asked me to put in my resignation.
And you don't feel that you have any personal accountability in that decision?
It was clearly indicated to me that my life would be made very difficult if I did not. So, yes, I had a decision, but if you've been in the military, you kind of know that sometimes, even if you have a decision, you kind of don't have a decision. I don't know how to phrase that.
Now, you were charged on April 23rd, 2024?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay, and released from custody before noon that day?
I believe so.
Okay, and within 3 hours, it was important for you to put out a Facebook post. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
A Facebook post that's completely inconsistent with the body camera footage in this case. Correct?
Yes.
Why did you craft that Facebook post?
So originally, when I'd gotten in, I was told I'd probably be released that morning. And then my arrest leaked to the media and it blew up, and I got to watch my life unfold on the jailhouse television.
Was there some political preservation involved in your Facebook post?
No, I wanted people to at least understand that all the craziness that there was more to the story. I also wanted to de-escalate it because I could see from what I watched that the press was starting to hound Carol, which really concerned me. She really values her privacy. I genuinely did believe it was a family matter, and I was hoping, especially for her sake, that we wouldn't go through all this.
She values her privacy, is that what you just said?
She doesn't like having her picture taken.
Ms. Mitchell, I'm
things
asking
like
you,
that.
did you just testify that Carol Mitchell values her privacy?
Yes,
Okay, and yet you broke into her home at 4:45 in the morning.
correct.
Just one moment, please. All right, asked to republish Exhibit 21 at approximately 14:33.
All right, you may.
Ms. Mitchell, this is the list you testified about? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. In your testimony, if I understand it, was you're claiming that the line delete texts and contacts actually means to make sure that Carol Mitchell hadn't deleted contacts? Or please explain it to me.
Yes, and I think one of the officers even testified that she had just added my contact back in March, but I mean, my contact had been in there for forever, so I think that ended up being a valid concern.
In your testimony, explain to me again what the ad tracking means with your direct testimony.
Yes. As I said, sometimes she would turn off things on her phone that the phone really actually needed for functionality. I'd helped her with her phone a couple times when she'd had problems with it, and I had a concern, especially with her getting, lost even with mapping programs, that she had maybe turned off the more specific location devices that were needed for her mapping to function. And it would also be what police would use if she actually got lost.
Ms. Mitchell, was this a way for you to further control and track Carol Mitchell?
There would have been no way for me to do that.
Well, you were bringing a computer back to her, weren't you?
Yes?
Now, you've testified about watching Carol Mitchell's progression over the years. Is that fair to say?
Yes?
You've also testified about the loved ones that you've had that you've watched suffer from either Alzheimer's or dementia.
Yes?
Okay. And you've talked about paranoia and triggers and things of those natures. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Yet, fully aware of all that, fully aware of Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's, you still made a decision to break into her house that morning.
Yes.
Okay. That was, in your mind, that was the best course of action. Not telling anybody else, driving 220 miles and breaking into her house.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Ms. Mitchell, how many years was your father married to Carol Mitchell?
They were just about to have an anniversary before he died, and or after. So I think that would have been the 40th. So I believe 39 years.
And your father is no doubt proud of your accomplishments, correct?
I believe he was.
How do you think he would feel about you breaking into his own home?
I think he would be very sad by this whole situation, and that he would support me because he loved Carol, and even if I did it the wrong way, he would have wanted me to do my best to take care of her.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. DeCray.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Mitchell, on cross-examination, Mr. McDonald asked you a number of times before I objected why you didn't explain the real reason why you were there once you were outside of Carol Mitchell's presence. Can you explain why you didn't do that?
I'm so sorry.
And please try to get back. I know it's difficult, but please try to stay back.
So, when we were in the house, I don't remember everything perfectly, but it really felt like she was almost just being allowed to wander around. And so there were times, even if I was, like when I was trying to get my shoes, I didn't remember saying it there until I saw the video, and I was like, why did you say it? And then I saw her in the different view, like wandering around in the background. And so I think it was because I knew she could hear it. But
What about when she's out of presence? Please focus on that. I know why you didn't do it when she was in the basement. When you're apart from her, that's what Mr. McDonald is getting at.
I apologize. So they were going back and forth and telling her everything. I could tell it, like with the laptop and things, and they just kept talking to her. And again, I was hoping to calm everything down, and I had a belief that she could decide, whether or not I would be charged. And I knew that even if I told the police at the station, they would just immediately go back and say, well, she said this, can you verify it, whatever else. And that would spin her up, and it would make it impossible to try and calm it back down. And I'm not saying every thought I was having in that state was rational, but that was what was in my head.
So even though she was apart from you, she
knew-
eventually would find out.
I knew that they would tell her.
And you thought that would make her more likely to want to press charges.
Yes.
Okay. On cross-examination, Mr. McDonald asked a question about how you didn't express concern for Carol after you were arrested, and you said no. I think he asked you yes or no, and you said no. So I'm going to read a number of statements you made to Officer Sternhager, and I want you to tell me whether or not this was you expressing concern. You said, my dad died last year. She's paranoid. Now she's really paranoid. Was that expressing concern?
Yes.
You then said she's got severe Alzheimer's. Was that expressing concern?
Yes.
You said, after the funeral, my aunts tried to help her. She thinks they stole from her when they were just trying to get her affairs in order. She's progressively cut off the family to include promising us some ashes so we can bury them with the rest of the family. Is that expressing concern?
Yes, the overall behavior.
You say, she's got Alzheimer's. I know this doesn't help, but it's going to prove the point. She's gotten paranoid and thinks we are all out to get her and won't let anyone in the house. Concern?
Yes.
I used to be here all the time. Last time I was here, October or November, and then she just got progressively more paranoid. Concern?
Yes.
We had a fight over the acid situation, and she, at least right now, wouldn't talk to me. It's gotten progressively worse. Concern?
Yes.
So do you stand by your answer to Mr. McDonald that you did express concern about Carol Mitchell after you were arrested?
I wasn't going to say the reason I was there, but all of those things were the real things, and the real things that got me to where we were.
Is the reason you told both Carol Mitchell and the officers that you were there for some certain things of your father's because Carol Mitchell had previously promised you that you could have those?
Yes.
Did you think that would make it more likely that she would believe that and then calm down and possibly, to your knowledge, not ask for you to be charged with a crime?
Yes.
One of the things Mr. McDonald brought into issue was whether or not you were laying down in Carol Mitchell's room or standing up. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Carol Mitchell said that you were laying down, correct?
Yes.
Did she also say that you and Jonathan had never met? Jonathan Keel?
Yes.
Did she also say that she had attended Rod Mitchell's interment alone?
Yes.
Did she also say before the lunch break that Rod Mitchell died in 1993?
Yes.
Were any of those things true?
No.
Mr. McDonald also referenced a Facebook post that you posted after you were released from jail. In that Facebook post, what was the true statement that you were talking about?
I'm
And
not
let me
sure
ask
I
a better
understand. I apologize.
Did you mention that this was related to Alzheimer's?
Yes.
Was this related to Alzheimer's?
Yes.
Was that the truth?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. McDonald.
So when you're expressing these statements of concern to the officers, are those truths or are those more lies?
They were true.
But yet they're intertwined with your statements of why you were there.
Correct?
And now, on redirect examination for the first time, you're telling us that Carol Mitchell previously promised you these items. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. It wasn't covered in your initial direct, but now you're telling us that. You testified earlier that you've gone through hundreds and hundreds of text messages, yet we have nothing saying that these items were ever promised to you.
We also had a lot of conversations.
So if Carol Mitchell told a 911 operator that she stepped on somebody, you're saying that she's lying?
I am.
I have no further questions.
Mr. DeCray.
Did you hear the testimony of Nancy Lund where she testified that Carol Mitchell was going to give some of Rod Mitchell's possessions to her in order to give them to you?
Yes.
Did that form your belief that those possessions would be yours?
There were a number of conversations about different possessions. So I'm not sure. I already knew that we talked about some of the things, and then some of the things she'd said she would save. She got confused and gave away. I'm not sure. Maybe I don't understand the question.
Do you recall testimony from Jonathan Keel where he was asked about whether or not Carol Mitchell would have a problem giving you any of those possessions, and he said no?
Yes, I remember that.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. McDonald.
Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Mitchell, you may step down. Again, watch your step.
Thank you.